Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. I'm just testing the audio on this device.
Good morning, Honorable Reggie. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. I'm just testing the visuals. Am I looking smart and handsome as usual?
Yeah, oh, you're looking smart, eh?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. We are also testing the same. I hope we're audible.
You are, honorable member. You are loud and clear. Oh, no. I think you are from the union. Comrades. Amandla.
Amanda.
Recording in progress.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson.
Morning.
Hey, you
Morning,
Muhle,
colleagues.
Umuhle kuyabonakala ukuthi no. You are back on track. You look beautiful, eh?
Hey, I'm trying. No, I just said, iyangiphazamisa nayo lento. I'm trying to have a proper view, but it seems like iyangiphazamisa kancane. But are we ready, members? Can I start?
Yes, that's quite correct. Ready is in the house. Ready is ready.
Maybe let me check with Nols. Nols, is our members in? Do we correct for us to start?
There is a silence, Chair. I'm not sure if there's a technical issue.
Is the chairperson with us? Are we good to go?
Hello, Chair. Hello, Chair.
But I'm still here. I'm double checking. I requested Nols to check members whether we are correcting. So I'm still waiting for an indication. Let's, a minute.
While waiting, I suggest that somebody sings a song so we know that we are all here and there's no technical issues.
Negative.
You can sing for us, Honorable Reddy. You on the platform already.
Yeah, Honorable Reddy, over to you. Sing for us, please.
Silent night. Oh.
Honorable members, please note you're on parliamentary channel, you're live.
Thank you, Nols.
Let me not waste much of the time while I still have something that is cutting my mind. But let me officially declare and open this meeting due to time. Nols, can I get the flight of the agenda? You have raised your hand, Reddy.
Yes, my dear, beautiful chairperson. I'm just asking the item on adoption of the agenda. Why is it not captured in this agenda? It could have been an error. If so, I just like Nols to please include adoption of the agenda as the item. Thank you.
Can I just call for you to adopt the agenda?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm glad you asked me to do that. I'll be glad to do it, except that there's one item that Honorable Barth and I raised at the last meeting regarding the asset register. And I was just wondering if we could just include that as an item. The DG is on the platform. All he needs to say is that he will come with a report to the next meeting. It will suffice. I'm just suggesting we do that so that matter remains as an item on the agenda, Chairperson. Thank you.
Members, there is a move of the agenda with inclusion. Can I get a seconder?
Chair, my hand is up.
But
Sorry, Chair, it's very nice to see you looking well and healthy. I'm just turning my camera on. Oh, there I am. You see, this is what happens, Chairperson. When we don't meet in person, I get lazy and then my facial hair grows and I don't look like the young boy that you're used to seeing when I'm in the committee on, physically. But Chairperson, I think it would be right if you could perhaps before adopting any agendas or anything, do the opening and welcome and just check whether they are, whether we are correct before we go ahead to adopting the agenda. But I do support we add the item of adopting the agenda to the agenda. And I think to Honorable Reddy's point, there's an item called Matters Arising, which is the resolutions we took last time. I think if we look at those when we get there, we will see that the item that Honorable Reddy is raising will be there. Just my suggestions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I get an indication if you've got any contrary view? It's unfortunate members and also I'm not an IT person. My background, I'm trying to get parliament background, but I can't can I get a contrary view?
Chair, are we discussing adopting the agenda? Because if that's where we're at already, then I would like to make a point.
No, you just said to me you agree with Radhi and you made your point.
No, Chairperson, you misunderstand. I agreed with Reddy on the point of speaking about the asset register and about adopting the agenda as an item to the agenda where it is omitted. But I'm not in favor of adopting the agenda. I just don't know where we are on the current agenda because you haven't opened and welcomed and checked quorum,
No,
non-quorum.
I moved for that. I'll do it. Let's adopt the agenda. I'll open, welcome, and give you a purpose later. Let's agree there is the agenda being flighted and already has moved with addition.
Then I'm just going to raise my hand, Chair. When you can recognize me, then I will make a comment on the agenda.
You don't have a contrary view. I'm calling
No,
for
I do. I have a
No, I
contrary.
think, sorry, Chair. I think Honorable Bart is misunderstanding what is going on. The Chair wants the agenda to be adopted. The agenda includes opening, apologies, etc. I'll give you a contrary view, assuming that members decide the Chair should not welcome people today. Then we will the agenda will then be changed. So basically, what she's asked for is that we adopt the agenda with the point of adoption of agenda being included, as well as the point about the asset register. So let's dispense with that, Honorable Bart, and then we can start with the meeting proper. Otherwise, we're going to spend a lot of time with this, and it's going to take us absolutely nowhere. Thank you, Honorable Bart.
Thank you for Assistant Honorable Radhi.
Can I come in then, Chair? I don't know who's chairing, whether it's yourself or Honorable Reddy, but I'd like to I'd like to raise my objection against the item number 2 that is proposed on the agenda. I'll just read it out. It's input by organized labor. The reason why I'm objecting, Chairperson, is that 2 portfolio committees ago, the committee rejected a presentation that was added to the agenda late, in which we received documentation long after the Friday where we are anticipating to receive information and documentation from the department or from whoever. I think it was at 7 p.m. last night that we got an updated agenda together with documentation. And on the principle that we took 2 meetings ago, I would object against item number 2 there and propose that it be held over so that we have enough time to go through the documentation. That is my objection, Chairperson.
Members have got 2 issues. Can I get a secretary to Honorable Radhi in adoption of the agenda with addition of what is said? Can I get an indication from yourself, members?
There are a few hands, Chairperson. I'm just trying to assist you.
Honorable Delange, you can come in, Delange.
No, thank you so much. Greetings to you, Chair, and other honorable members. No, I think, Chair, I want first to persuade Honorable Reddy that the item that is raising might appear on the matters arising, that if he agrees that we'll deal with that on matters arising, then I second the agenda as presented.
Mankosi. You are muted, Ma. Unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to your good self, my colleagues, the department, as well as the organized labor and the support staff. Honorable Chair, I want to support Honorable Dlelange and Honorable Reddy, but Honorable Reddy, the item that he's speaking about, of course, it's going to be covered on the matters arising. Then we can deal with it there on the matters arising. Therefore, we support the agenda as is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I get an indication where members are supporting Honorable Bath, because there were two issues? An indication, any member by show of hand?
Yes, my hand is up.
Honorable Mare.
Now, just want to make a point. We can't swap around every time differently a decision. So if we make a decision that all documentation must be in on a decision, otherwise we must revisit it. Next time another documentation is coming in, maybe on a Monday or a Tuesday. So we must have a decision and stick to it going forward for the rest of the 4 years in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. I think it's just we're conscientizing even ourselves that we must not allow a late document. Honorable members, what is left is for me as a chairperson to make a ruling. Allow me.
Before you do that, I think I need to clarify something for Honorable Bath and Honorable Mare. The chairperson ultimately has the final say on items that appear on the agenda. I do understand the discussion we had and the principle we adopted, that we need sufficient time to go through items. However, if we're going to stick rigidly to that on every issue, including urgent items, then we are going to hamper the work of this committee and in dealing with critical crisis issues that may come up from time to time. The chairperson also has a prerogative to call up a SWOT meeting at any stage. There may be some major crisis that can come up, and we are required to meet to make certain decisions. The chairperson has the power to do that. So I do not want us to confuse issues here. I hear what you're saying, Honorable Mare, that we had agreed. However, we cannot remove the power of the chairperson to be able to include on any item which is considered to be of an urgent nature, like the one that's coming up today. So that is the reason why I will support the item of Nihawu, I think it is, that's on the agenda. I will support that, the decision of the chairperson to table that item in today's agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, members. Allow me to proceed and chair the meeting. My final decision, with consultation and seek for wisdom, is that I've allowed Nihau to be part. Yes, when they write to us as an organized labor, we have a responsibility to give them an ear and play our part as a portfolio. But honorable members, I want to say the agenda has been adopted as members have said. Let me officially start by opening and welcoming everybody, including the organized labor, which is Nihau, the department. It's entirely with different section of it. And the purpose of today's meeting, members, it's we're going to deal with two matters, and what will be the third one that is so important that we always agree on is matters arising or resolution tracking. That will also assist and guide us in most of our meetings. But allow me to say we're gonna start by briefing by the department, as it has been stipulated in the agenda, on the recruitment and the filling of vacancies, the rotations of positions by the department and the PMTE. The second one will be organized labor. But on this one, let me also assure the department, we are not going to request you, as you have just sent a letter now. Members have received a letter from the DG that we did not prepare them, and we want to agree. We are not going to allow, and I'm seeking yourself to take it in that way, that we are not going to say department respond to what Nihao is saying. We're going to deliberate as members of the portfolio and Nihao, then we'll take it from there. Whatever resolutions that we'll take, it will come from us as members of the portfolio, then we'll see how to deal with it later. We are not going to force the department to respond to Nihao currently. So this is the approach that we are taking as a meeting. With these few words, I'll officially want to say the meeting is officially open and I've welcomed everybody. Allow me to go to the third item, which is apologies, because we have started by adopting the agenda. Nola, can you assist us with official apologies that we have received?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning to yourself, honorable members and colleagues. The apology that I have is from the Minister of Public Works, who is attending a cabinet meeting today. So he won't be able to attend to this meeting and be part of us. The DM is online and the DG is also online. So there are no other apologies from the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Knowles. Members, as it's our culture, can I get indications of accepting apologies? We normally do that, or objections?
Chairperson.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Chair, I request to leave at 11:30. I have a flight about 1:45, so I request to leave at that time. Thank you.
Then assist us to run a meeting very quick, and you saw that you must be in a position to grapple most of the issues.
I hope members read the WhatsApp group. I've covered everything there.
Chairperson, my hand is up if you don't mind recognizing me.
Yes, but
yes. Sorry, Chair. Yeah, no issues with the apologies, but I just want to take it back one step. You mentioned, Chair, that there was a letter that was sent to us by the department in response to Nahawa's letter. I don't know if Nola can confirm if it's been circulated or if we're still waiting for it. But other than that, I'm good to proceed, Chair.
No,
thank you.
it's addressed to myself, but I thought Radi has assisted you guys to understand what are my prerogatives. The letter is addressed to me for my consideration, as I've accepted and allowed the second item to be part. So allow me to just inform you about the letter, and I've made a decision that we are not going to request the department to respond today, but it will be a resolution and a decision that will come from the meeting after we got a presentation and deliberations amongst ourselves between us and Nihao. Allow me to move to the next item, which is introduction. On the introduction,
my hand is up. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Chair. Actually, I wanted to indicate that Honorable Mahlangu will join the meeting later. He's writing exams. He said he'll join around about 11 because it's a 1 hour paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. Allow me to move to the next item, which is introduction. On the introduction, I'm gonna do it in this way. Nola, I need you to assist us with Jabu if he's in the platform. We get an indication how are we live streamed, media houses that are part of us. We need to know. We'll also give it to the DM as he is the leader of the department to introduce himself with the entire team, including the sector, which is the sector department within the department PMTE, and the NIHAU as well. We are not going to introduce ourselves as members. We believe that they know us. Nols, can I get an indication besides the department? Who are people who have joined us? Jabu, if you are part of it, assist Unola.
Honorable Chair, I can confirm that the meeting is being live streamed on the parliamentary YouTube channel. I also acknowledge that there's enough members for the meeting to pull through. Let me confirm there's Honorable Piri, there's Honorable Dlelanga, Honorable Murray, Honorable Bath, Honorable Ngosi, as well as Honorable Kobe, and lastly, Honorable Makasi. Oh, there's also Honorable Kumalo. No, sorry,
Chair, I'm
Mr.
present in the
Nkosi
meeting,
Kumalo is
thanks.
from there. Sorry, I heard somebody speaking. I didn't
It's
realize what
Honorable
was.
Letlape, I'm present in the meeting.
Okay, I was still reading it out, Honorable Litape, so I was still doing the list because I'm reading straight from the platform online. Thank you, Chair.
On your side.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry to interrupt. I don't think Nola has mentioned my name. Thank you.
Numalo, Nola has read your name. Ask if you did not hear it.
Okay, thank you.
Side Nols, I can see your staff is here. Can you just read out who is part of us?
All right, thank you, Chair. There's also the Deputy Minister of Public Works and the DG as well is available.
Wait, Nola, on the side of our support staff. The only
okay.
The support staff.
There's myself, Chair, the Committee Secretary. There's Mr. Shoaib Denason, the Content Advisor. There's Ms. Inez Stephanie, the researcher of the committee. There's Ms. Khadija Osman, who is the Executive Secretary to the Chairperson. And there's Jabulani Majozi, who's the Comms Officer, Communications Officer. And there is, I just want to make sure that I'm not missing out on any other person that's here. And there's Ms. Sitabi Solitlake, who's the Committee Assistant. That should be all from my side, Chair.
Jabu, do you have your colleagues from the media?
Morning, Chair. Morning, members. Since we are live on YouTube and our social media platforms, Chair, the media do follow. I'm not sure because they are not named here, but I know that when we are live, they are able to follow or also join the proceedings as well. Remember, I also post our presentations on the parliamentary WhatsApp group. So they should be covered. I just can't see if any of them are here, but they're able to pick up anything from this meeting, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, DM, as you are leading the delegation of the department. And I believe as a politician in the department, you can also include NIHAU. They are your employees. You can lead the introduction or you give it to themselves to introduce, but I hand it over to yourself, DM.
No, thanks and greetings to you, Chair, and all honorable members of the portfolio committee. We are here as the department, having submitted our report on the item that was, items that we were supposed to cover, especially in relation to the issue of filling of vacancies in the department. We are here, the minister has apologized. He is attending the cabinet today. We have the DG, Mr. Mtakane, Director General. We have the head of PMTE, Mr. Sibande. We have the acting DDG of Corporate Services, Ms. Abrams. We have the CFO, Mr. Sitole. We have Mr. Mahlangu, who is DDG, GRC. We have Mr. Zaba, who is the Director for HR. We also have Miss or Reverend Stimela, who is the DDG Professional Services. Those are our colleagues we have. We would want to indicate in the department we have two unions, PSA and the NEHAU. We acknowledge that they have a right to write and engage with other bodies, including the portfolio committee. We were not made aware that they will be part of this as the department. We take note of the inclusion of them and their item, but we must also indicate that if issues they raise pertain to the department, we may need to go back and prepare ourselves and respond adequately on those issues. Thank you, Chair. That is the department, and we are ready to deal with the item that we were requested here and invited to deliberate on. Thank you, Chair.
I think you forgot to introduce them. You just said Niao. Who's representing Niao, DM?
May I kindly and respectfully request that the leader of the delegation introduce them introduce them. I think that will be better, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, Niao, can you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Chairperson, and honorable people who are attending the meeting. My name is Oba King. I'm part of the NEHAU group in the Public Works Head Office, and I'm with my secretary here, Mr. Tembas Tebe, and we thank you, Chairperson. Oh, we also like to apologize on behalf of our Chairperson who's attending a hearing, an internal hearing here, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Members, we are moving to the next item, which is tracking of previous resolution. Nola, can you read them out for us?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. During last week's meeting that was held on the 21st of May, 2025. Okay, let me just quickly go through to the last one. This would be the last. Yes. Where the committee was being briefed by the Department on progress regarding plans to reconfigure the EPWP and make it a more viable and more sustainable job creation program. The committee then took a resolution to to make sure that the department meets with the portfolio committee quarterly to update it on progress. Just trying to get the screen right, yes. To update it on progress of implementation of the DPWP reforms presented. So for this, quarterly meetings will then be scheduled. And the second resolution was that the department should provide better monitoring, evaluation, and reporting on the DPWP program, and that should include funding allocations, and this should be also ongoing, Chair, and ongoing resolution that needs to be followed up. The third one was that the department should look into fast-tracking the revised DPWP recruitment guidelines and keep the committee informed of progress. Chair, there was no timeline to this one, and therefore it was a bit tricky for us to put a specific timeline to be able to follow up on this one, but nonetheless it remains a resolution of the committee. And then there were additional resolutions, which was to request a status update regarding the accommodation of ministers and deputy ministers in prestige properties. This was sponsored by Honorable Nkosi, where she said that there are ministers who are still staying in hotels, and then the committee would like to be brought into confidence that those ministers or deputy ministers would then be allocated as per the prestige program. The other one was that the department should submit outstanding information requested from the previous meetings on the update and management of the immovable asset register, and that the department should hold, actually submit all information relating to the IAR. There was a meeting held in March on the IAR, and there were issues that were raised there. It's also part of this resolutions tracker, so we have not yet had any correspondence to that effect, Chair, because I remember there were also questions that were asked and that were supposed to be submitted in writing, whose responses were supposed to be submitted in writing by the department, but we have not yet received. And then the last resolution that was taken last week was that this week's meeting would be taken virtually, would rather be held virtually instead of a physical meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Members, there are your resolution. Can I get an indication? If there's addition, I can see Radi, but follow Litlape as well. Yeah, in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. I see that the item under resolutions in respect of immovable asset register is not adequately captured. What was the point that I raised at the last meeting? I do understand that Honorable Barth has raised a question to the Minister and he's got a response, but mine specifically deals with the system that we are using currently to keep a track of all our assets in public works. And the reason I've raised this matter was simply because this portfolio in particular, we have such a vast assets, including land. And I was prompted when I saw this piece of land there in Port something that we visited in an oversight visit, where we didn't even know that this was part of public works land. So what we are going to be asking for very shortly is a complete register of all assets that's in the ownership of public works, everything, buildings, land, everything. So what system are we using? Because if we do not have an efficient system, I can tell you now, we are heading for disaster. The DG needs to account and respond to this. So Chairperson, even if it's just a one-liner, if you could ask the DG just to give us a one-liner and tell us, well, at the next meeting, he will come up or everything is under control. He'll just give us a report on the system we are currently using. When I was on the border from Guinea Water, we had a similar problem. And we then brought in, I think it was SAPS, I'm not too sure, but one of these companies that was able to pull together and keep a track of all our assets. So that, my concern, I think, should be shared among all of us. It's something that's very, very critical. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to say a really good well done to Nola. I think it's really great that we now get to look at these resolutions that we take as a committee the way that it's just been displayed to us. I note that Nola has taken her screen down. I don't know if she can share it again. It was just one point of clarity, Chairperson. On the resolutions tracker, all the items that fell under us requiring or requesting that the department come back to us to report about the implementation, the ongoing implementation about the reforms to EPWP. All of those items that fall under that topic, EPWP, form part of one resolution. So when the department comes back quarterly, we want them to report to us using those items. So how are they doing in terms of fast tracking the revised EPWP recruitment guidelines? Can the department please expand on its monitoring, evaluation, and reporting? So essentially, all of those are one resolution that we would like feedback on quarterly, Chairperson, just for clarity. Otherwise, well done, Nola, and thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. On just one item there, and not one. With regards to the revised EPWP guidelines, I don't think it can be a quarterly due date that we put there, because the department did say that they are about to finalize it, and maybe if we were to put in a date, a specific date, or if they were to tell us how far they are with it and when are they anticipating to finish, so that we put a date to it and we are then able to get those guidelines, because it's something that needs to be finalized and then starts being implemented. So we must just get how far they are and when are they anticipating to finish, and then we put a date to it, and we know that when that time comes, then we were able to follow up on whether or not it has been done and if it is being implemented. Thanks, Chair. So I was just saying that it can't be that all of them are quarterly reports or updates that we must get. There are those, for instance, what the other resolution of ministers and deputy ministers living or staying in hotels. We should be able to put a date to it to say by when should we be getting this list and the reasons why these ministers and deputy ministers are still in hotels. Thanks, Chair.
Nols, mine it won't be from the previous meeting or last week meeting. Members, you'll remember we had, I think it must be captured on the resolution tracking. And this item is going to assist us very seriously so, because we had a meeting when I came and requested you that we've got an issue with young professionals. And I had to DM when he was doing introduction, you've got Reverend Stimela, who's responsible for young professionals in Parliament. We've been trying to get hold of them into responding. DG, you were part of our meeting when we were dealing with issues of the young professionals. We might have not given you a specific date, but we said urgently deal with the matter. I think Nola, it must be written and be given to us within a week currently, because it has been a long outstanding matter. These young professionals, every week, they write to us trying to get resolutions that we took in that meeting that are not implemented. Can we put them and make a follow-up maybe later? Or now they'll just give us 2-3 lines as already has requested the DG to respond. This issue of young professionals is very thorny. It does not sit well with some of us. It looks like we are very abusive to our young professionals, but we have deliberated it at length in that meeting. So can Nola put it as by next week, we must get indication what's happening. How did you resolve? How did you respond to these young professionals? Allow me to request DG to try and respond to those resolutions if you are ready. And with the Reverend Stimela, and make a promise, or for sure we are going to get the response by next week, Wednesday. DG?
Yeah, good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. Good morning to my Deputy Minister, Honorable Zigalala, and good morning to also colleagues and also the parliamentary staff, Nola. Thank you very much, Chairperson. To quickly system, I think, Chair, when you say next week, I think we should be able to provide that feedback. It's in the platform.
DG, I don't know whether it's on my side, but the network is very poor. Can I get an indication whether it's my side or not? You are breaking.
It's not just you, Chair. It's not just you.
You are breaking. The network is very bad. Try to get a proper location. You are breaking.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and honorable members. Also, my Deputy Minister, Honorable Zigalala, and colleagues, staff in Parliament. Chair, I think your request to get these things done by next week, I think we should be able, Chair, to provide that. I think Reverend Stemele is here. She can confirm. And then also DDG GRC also is here on the ICT. It can also indicate if we can also provide the full report on this issues that are raised. Thank you, Chair.
Now, if you are ready, you can provide. You'll allow them to provide those responses very quick. And also, don't forget what Honorable Reddy has requested from your side.
Let me start with the Reverend Stemele, if she can respond on the issue of the young professionals.
Thank you, DG. Good morning, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, DM, DG, and senior officials from the department, as well as the labor colleagues. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We professional. Yes, ma'am. Can I
see your face a bit?
Thank you, ma'am. Am I visible?
You are visible. It's fine. If you want it off, it's okay. But we'll request everyone just to have a view of your face. Then later, if you want a better reception, you can switch it off. You may proceed, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Yes, we have been working on this as professional services, as we may be aware, ma'am, that we were instructed to adopt or actually to transfer the young professionals from the service provider because initially the project was done in such a way that they were not part of our processes. Our program processes. So we had to align them with our processes, which are existing.
And we've been working with them, with the service provider, as well as the Cape Town Regional Office. A submission is en route to the DG to actually formalize that setup. And we are on track because their contract will end of June. So the program will start officially with the department program under professional services on the 1st of July. Thank you, ma'am.
Can we get that in a written form as well? You must write details and send them to us.
Chairperson, my hand is up when you get a chance to recognize me.
Allow them to respond. Allow them to respond, but you will come later. DG?
Yes. Yes.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it's possible to get in writing. I even spoke to Nola, I think last week. I spoke to Nola last week, and I requested her that because I would not have the mandate to just talk directly to Parliament. So I requested her to just make a formal inquiry so that I can be able to respond and take it through the DG's office to be able to transmit it to the portfolio committee. But it can be done, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. DG, are you done with your responses?
Chair, thank you very much. I think that one for the young professionals, we would indeed, as the Reverend Stemela says, we're going to provide information on that. As she said, it's en route so that we can actually do all the administrative process so that the portfolio committee is actually appraised on the finalization of that matter in terms of incorporating these colleagues into DPWI program. And Lwazi can respond quickly on the Honorable Ready matter. Lwazi?
Yes, thank you, TG, and good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. My apologies, I missed the question. What the specifics of the question, Chair? If I can be, if maybe through indulgence, if that can be repeated.
Nola, can you read it out? And Lwazi, when you come back, switch on your video. Nols?
Yeah, I think it was the question regarding the IR. Honorable Reid, you wanted to know which system is being utilized to ensure that all the state assets, land parcels, and the buildings, or rather immovable assets, are captured in, and whether the department has an entire system that has captured those, and if the department knows exactly how many of those do we have as a country, and how many land parcels. Thank you, Chair.
Lwazi?
Chair, I'm not sure if you can see me now.
Danko.
Yes. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. Yes, in terms of the movable asset register, we're basically using the system. We've got an old system called the PMIS, where it was basically managing the assets, the information on the assets and the leases. But we also have Akibas, which is basically what we have brought in terms of building the asset, the asset register module. However, there are technical issues in terms of the credibility of the data as we're migrating it into Akibas. We also have that challenge of that quality of the information. That also has implications in terms of the financial statements, the reliability of the asset register and financial statements in response to say what you will find on Akibas would not correlate with what you will find from your PMI's system. So that's basically what we're trying to do in terms of the cleaning of the data and the migration of that information from the old system PMIs into Akibas module that deals with the asset register. Now, I'll put a rider to that on the basis of Akibas in the sense that from a percentage point of view of the quantum of information that is now sitting on Akibas, drawing from the PMIs, we're sitting at about 60% of information that is you will find on the PMIS that correlates with what you'll find on the on Archibus. So the difference and the remainder of that, the balance itself, it's something that we're still working out to clean the data to ensure that we have a credible asset register with all the protocols of that asset and the assertions of the asset register. Now, the rider I would like to point out, Chair, is that and honorable members, is that we are embarking on a process of ensuring that we are moving towards a credible asset register. So there is a process underway in the department, which was basically we're working on towards ensuring that we are looking at decommissioning old systems and move into Internet of Things and advanced systems that will assist us in giving credible information around the asset register. And that asset register will also transform information into other aspects, such as linking with other systems and other modules that were built into an overall enterprise source planning system. So we are currently underway in terms of dealing with that matter of developing that. I think, Chair, when we come to present our APP and SP, we've already put that as part of our APP and SP and the project plan on rolling out and ensuring that we're moving towards an asset register or an overall immovable asset system that manages all the systems. That's where we are. Currently, what we have is just about 90,000 assets on about 36,000 then parcels. That's basically what we currently have. And as we decommission, or rather, we dispose of some, there are new that are coming in. So the asset register is basically a fluid asset register that will be inculcating all of those aspects as well. Thank you, Chair.
We'll request what we have responded, it must be put in writing and be submitted as well. Honorable Bath.
Thank you, Chair. It was just, Chair, on the previous item about the young professionals. I know that you did raise that a few weeks back or a few committees back, but I think some of us might not have a full picture of what the challenges were. So it's just a request, Chair, through you, if we could get a background to the issue that's being dealt with by the department when they provide their feedback to the committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Reverend, you can hear when you respond. You must also tabulate the challenges that you had and also the responses. But I'll also request Nola to send you minutes of that meeting as well to all members. Honorable.
Noted.
Okay. Can I request DM to make your opening remark so that you allow your people to present their item? We are on the next item, which must be presented. Oh, Letape, have you raised your hand?
Yes, Chair. Just a quick one. Since the department has been responding to the resolutions, I just wanted us to have, I saw when Nola flagged the resolutions, she did not put a date also on the guidelines, if we can be guided on when the guidelines can be ready.
Noted.
Thanks, Chair.
Chair, I must raise my hand.
Zelange.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, the first issue I want to speak to is the provision of accommodation for ministers and deputy ministers. That we must get a report to that maybe within 14 days. We can't say we must get it quarterly. Two, I think I fully agree with Honorable Bath that, which is a matter already summarized, by the way, that more information must be put in so that even all other members are on the same page on this matter of the young professionals. Thank you so much, sir.
DM, can you take it and allow your members to present, do your opening remark?
No, thanks, Chair. Greetings to you and all members. We are here to present on the status in relation to filling of vacancies in the department as well as in PMTE. We strive to ensure that we fill vacancies as part of building the capacity of the department and as part of ensuring that we discharge our work even in regions in a balanced way. I will then allow Mr. Zaba to do a presentation, unless DG would like to do some remarks, then hand over to Mr. Zaba. Thank you. I think we can move straight.
Yeah, we can
to
proceed, DM. I think you've covered us. We can proceed. Zaba can present, DM.
Thank you. Let's then have Mr. Zaba presenting.
The presenter, you must not read the presentation, talk to it.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson, and thank you very much for this opportunity. And good morning to honorable members, DM, DG, and colleagues in the department. I am sharing now. Just for purposes of connectivity, I will then close my camera. Chairperson, as the Deputy Minister has indicated, we will be sharing the some presentation on the recruitment, that is filling of positions, as well as retention in both the department and the property management trading entity. And key to the presentation, Chair, will be providing just the current status in terms of the capacity levels for the two, PMTE and DPW. But we'll also share very briefly our retention approaches and other capacitation strategies that we were implementing in the department. This is just the presentation layout, which I will not waste time on. We just showing this slide just to remind members of what our strategic focus is in terms of the 7 outcomes of the department, which is, I think it's information well known to the committee. I'm not going to waste time on that. The capacitation of the department obviously is done in line with the 2016 approved organizational structure. We are just showing the macro organizational structure for the department, which also include infrastructure South Africa and the various branches within infrastructure South Africa, as well as the property management trading entity and those branches that are accommodated there, with a clear indication that your support services in the form of corporate services, governance, risk and compliance, professional services are accommodated within the main vote. This is a summary macro structure for the PMTE, as already alluded. We continue to then provide the capacity levels overall within the department in terms of both department and property management trading entity. We are sitting at a vacancy rate of 14%, which translates into 823 vacancies. Amongst these 823 vacancies, there will be some 44 contract positions, which we don't necessarily consider as positions for filling, but it's dummy positions that have been created to then allow for the implementation or appointment of your young professionals, or even contract appointments additional to the establishment, although they are accounted for in terms of vacancies, but they are not eligible for filling in terms of what we are presenting here today, because we create these positions at the point at which appointments have been approved. All that is awaited is to capture the appointments on the personal system as our official payment system. The first slide was in terms of the various offices, and this current slide it just breaks down the vacancy rate and the capacitation level of the department in terms of your salary levels. Obviously, we also providing the vacancy rate per salary level. The concentration of our vacancies, Honorable Chair and members, it's between your salary level 3 and salary level 12. That is where our concentration level in terms of positions vacant is currently. This slide, Honorable Chair, it breaks down the capacitation levels as well as the vacancy rate.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, apologies to the presenter for interjecting, but this presentation does not seem to move. We've been sitting at one page since he started with his presentation. I'm not sure what could be the issue on his end.
It's on slide 11 for me. Let me stop sharing and reload it. Is it showing now?
Wonderful, thank you. Yes, we can see it.
Thank you. So at this point, we are outlining what the picture is separately for the department, which is program 1 to 5, and the PMTE program 6 to program 11. And we then provide the consolidated totals on the last row of the table. So of the 14% overall vacancy rate, the main vote being DPW contributes 129 vacancies, which translate into 16% out of the 808 total staff establishment. For the PMTE, it contributes 694 vacancies, with 43 of those as additionals to the establishment, that is your contract positions, which I have clarified in my earlier indications. But Honorable Chair, in terms of funded vacancies or in terms of permanent positions, we have a total of 779 positions that are eligible for filling within the department, of which 651 is the TMTE and 129 for DPW. Now my slides are not moving. Okay. Yeah, so of the acceptable vacancy rate of 10%, as a department, I've indicated that we are at 14%. But Chair, I must indicate that we are just reflecting 10% as an acceptable vacancy rate, but our intention really and necessarily is to ensure that we maintain a vacancy rate that is below 10%. It is only practical now that we're at 14% that we align ourselves with the 10% acceptable vacancy rate. This is a considerable increase from the vacancy rate as at the 31st of March 2024, which was at 11%. A key contributing factor is the fact that during 2023, National Treasury and the DPSA implemented cost containment measures, which included an additional approval process outside the department, in that we needed to seek the concurrence of the MPSA after consultation with National Treasury before we could advertise or fill any positions. We do indicate that currently this requirement has been discontinued with effect from the 1st of April 2025. This has opened opportunities for us as a department to be able to then advertise and fill positions without seeking further concurrence or approval from the DPSA. This slide just reflects the macro picture in terms of our vacancies, as well as the headcount from March 2023, how our vacancy rate has been moving, how it has been increasing, and where we have been making progress in terms of filling positions. Members will note that in terms of the vacancy rate, we're able to sustain an 11% vacancy rate between March 2024 and September 2024. That is precisely because we were still in the process of and able to fill positions that were advertised before the implementation of the cost containment measures. But necessarily, it is important to indicate that although the cost containment measures were in place, that did not impact on your OSD positions, with the exception of OSD for legal. So for your other OSD positions, we're then able to advertise and fill these positions. So because of the limited and the few number of such positions, we were then not able to make a significant impact in reducing the vacancy rate within the department. This slide it outlines the capacity levels in terms of programs. I will not spend too much time on this. This is for the main vote program 1. We are at 16%. Program 2 is at 18%. Program 3, which is EPWP, it's at 14% with a total of 32 vacancies out of 228 total staff establishment. And then for program 4, which is the property and construction policy, we are sitting at 38%. Key contributor to this, Honorable Chair, is the fact that part of the positions within program 4 are positions for Infrastructure South Africa, which in terms of capacitation, it is capacitated internally through a few appointments, but mostly through an MOU with the IDC. So they do contribute a higher vacancy rate in terms of program 1. That's why we have a 38% vacancy rate for this program. And then for prestige policy, we are sitting at 15%. This is purely a prestige appointments and vacant positions in relation to providing support to members of the executive and other eminent persons. For the PMTE program 1, which is the administration program, which is program 6, we are sitting at 14% with a total staff establishment of 1,468 and a total 206 vacancies, of which only 161 are positions as approved in the organizational structure. The same with real estate investment services. 15% is where we are, with 30 positions out of 203 post-establishment. Construction project management, we have 76 vacancies out of 410 total post-establishment, which contributes 19%. This is an area where your scarce skills occupational classifications are found. Your scarce and technical professionals, this is where they are found. And this is an area where there is always challenges when we are to fill positions because of the availability of such persons, to an extent that we do advertise positions more than twice, and we don't find suitable candidates, leading us having to headhunt and consider other targeted recruitment processes and strategies. Real estate management services, we are sitting at 17% with a total post-establishment of 239 and 40 vacancies. The same with real estate information registry services. We are sitting at 9% vacancy rate. We must also indicate, a chairperson, that as you can see, this is a branch that this is a program that is capacitated mostly through contract appointments. There is a process of creating an equivalent number of these contract appointments positions permanent into the approved organizational structure, because it has since been determined that this capacity is required on a much more permanent basis, and that it needs to be duplicated in the organizational structure of the department. We are sitting at 9% in terms of vacancies. And then for facilities management, this is where our elementary staff are mostly accommodated, to a tune of 2,592. We are sitting with a vacancy rate of 13% and totaling 334 permanent positions. We now move to providing the status in terms of our recruitment processes. I've already alluded to the fact that we are aligning our capacitation of both the department and the PMTE to the 2016 approved organizational structure. Just by way of background, Chair, after the approval of the 2016 organizational structures for DPW and the PMTE, having finalized the matching and placing processes, we were confronted with a situation where the vacancies that remained after we have matched permanent employees into the structure far exceeded what was available as funding for us to be able to activate the 2016 approved structure in its entirety. We then embarked on a prioritization process, which was aimed at ensuring that we approve the priority list that is within the baseline in terms of our compensation of employees' budget. The outcome of that process then resulted in a decision to say any position that fell outside of the priority list will be declared as unfunded and therefore deactivated from the post-establishment. A further process, a decision was taken to say that any other position that becomes vacant thereafter should be considered as permanent for.
Zeba, I'm afraid your pace is too low. Mind time.
Okay, Chair.
That's why I've said you must not read each line, talk to the slide. Your time is very limited now. You may proceed.
Thanks. Thanks. So in line with that, all other positions that fell outside the priority list will then be deactivated from the post established, with the understanding that as and when funds becomes available, we should be able to activate them as part of our HR planning processes. Another background is the implementation of the cost containment measures, which I've alluded to earlier, that impacted on the filling of positions. And there was a criteria that we needed to align our motivations to MPSA and National Treasury as we seek permission to fill these positions. We do indicate that these cost containment measures have since been discontinued, and we are then able to fill positions. I think a very important point to mention, Chairperson, is that we had embarked on a process of submitting some 228 positions, which we submitted at MPSA as part of the 6th administration, but that was not concluded, and we had to resubmit with the current 7th administration, and that process was not finalized until now that the directive was discontinued. Honorable Chair, we submit in this slide that as part of our filling of positions, we had indicated that 779 of the vacant positions within the PMTE are all funded. We just want to correct that number to 651, which aligns with the previous slides. To say 651 of the vacant positions within the PMTE are considered as funded and eligible for filling. However, 56 positions for the main vote are currently unfunded, and these are positions that were ordinarily funded, that because as we continue to implement cost of living adjustments that are above the projected salary increase, pressures continued to occur within the main vote, and thus contributing to a reduction in terms of our funded vacant positions. We are also providing funding status for the main vote in terms of the various offices. This is the slide that I'm talking about, and the 56 unfunded positions are reflected there in terms of the various offices and the numbers. This slide, as we indicate, Chairperson, that with the discontinuation of the directive, we have since embarked on a recruitment drive, which is meant to capacitate the department and fill all funded positions. Our plan is to have a situation where the all funded positions, that is the 73 and 651 for DPW and the PMTE respectively, are filled within by the 31st of December 2026. But in the process of filling these positions, we do accept that we will be getting resultant vacancies, which emanates from promotional appointments or even exits. Our plan is to ensure that those positions are advertised and filled within the 8 months period as prescribed in the public service regulations. Here we're just outlining what activities that we will embark on, and these two have since been completed. We are at a stage where we have we are preparing for advertisements. We have received 361 requisitions for advertising and filling of positions. We've been able to verify 326 in terms of their existence in the structure, but also the fact that they have been evaluated in terms of the job evaluation processes. 290 of those are ready for advertising. We've already advertised 37 positions on the 23rd of May 2025. We are indicating the 290 as ready for advertising because part of what we are required to do in terms of the professionalization of the public service is to allow for online or allow for an option for applicants to submit job applications through email, simply because we are not yet as yet utilizing an e-recruitment system. So our ICT infrastructure has significant challenges to the effect that it will not be able to carry the loads in terms of applications that will be submitted online. So we have since, as we proceed to engage with National Treasury in adopting and utilizing their in-house e-recruitment system, we are approaching the Minister of DPSA requesting approval that we be exempted from receiving applications via email for positions below salary level 12. With SMS, we should still be able to do that, because that has been the practice even before the directive was issued. So we still have 417 positions. This is as at Friday. We continue to receive requisitions. So the numbers are going up in terms of requisitions for advertising that we are getting, but we are also reducing in terms of what is outstanding. We are providing timelines in terms of the various stages of the recruitment process, for in terms of when will we do what. We are currently, in terms of SMS as a practice in the department, the advertising of SMS follows an approval of the executive authority, and we have since routed a submission that comprises of 30 senior management positions that are eligible for filling. We continue to indicate the various stages of the recruitment processes and timelines related to those. As already indicated, we will not just be focusing on the filling of the current vacancies, but we'll also be dealing simultaneously with positions that will become vacant as we fill positions. And our view really is to fill these resultant positions within 8 months after they become vacant, as provided for in the public service regulations. I think this slide, we just talking about the assumptions to the successful implementation of the roadmap.
Sorry,
Chair.
Sorry, Chair. I don't want to delay the meeting, but we are being abused here now. Really being abused here now. The time limit has far been exceeded. There's still about another 8 more slides to go. The presenter is giving us information which is not even on the slides. So it tells me that when the slides were compiled, that this was not factored in. And a key important piece of information is the fact that the numbers don't tally. From 779, we just told, oh, there's a mistake there. It's now 651. That's 128. So I'm just wondering now whether we should just say, take this presentation away, clear it up, and you know that, I don't know if this has been cascaded by the DG to these officials, that in this committee, it's the members that should be doing the talking, not the officials. You come here with your presentation, it's taken as read, and just cover key points, and then we move on with discussing the report. But you are going on adding more and more items here, and I really don't know what point you're trying to make. This is not on the chairperson. It's an abuse here.
Honorable Radi, next time you must request to be recognized. I'm still here as a chairperson. I just allow.
My apologies, Chair, but I had my hand raised for quite a while. Ever since the speaker mentioned there's a change in the numbers, and I don't think you noticed it.
No, it's fine. Presenter, I've said it. Your time is no longer on your side. Can I give you extra more 6 minutes to wrap up?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I was concluding with just providing status for your key management positions towards leadership stability in terms of the DDG positions. And this slide really is just talks about the other strategies that we are implementing in capacitating the department in terms of organizational design. We're talking about recruitment, training and development, skills programs, which the intake is aligned to the skills requirements of the department. From a retention point of view, our process is aligned to what the public service regulations provides for in terms of counter offers and setting of higher salary for purposes of recruitment. And those are the instances upon which we do this. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Presenter. As what I'll do, honorable members, allow me to give it to organized labor to do their presentation. As we are not doing well in terms of time, then we'll take question after the two presentations. Organized labor, you have 45 minutes to present. Yours, we're gonna allow you to give more meat because members did not get a chance to look at your presentation, but bear in mind, your time will lapse at 12:10. But if you can do lesser than that, it's fine. You may start.
Okay, Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. I just want to apologize the fact that we are connected from a phone device. So I should not be, I'm unable to share documents on the screen. Maybe if Sis Nola or one of the colleagues can help us to fly maybe the first document that we sent to the portfolio committee on the 25th of February about the recruitment of DDGs or Deputy Director Generals, if you like.
But before I believe you are presenting the document that you have sent to us, that letter. You are not going to go out of it. I believe what you have sent to NOLA members. You must also look at it on the group. There's a document. It came as a letter form. You may proceed.
Okay, Chairperson. You will guide me if I transgress. But we'll take less than 45 minutes because we'll speak to the principles, not necessarily the whole document, as it might take too much time because maybe there might be some questions posed to us. So on the 25th of February 2025, we wrote to the portfolio committee and the chair because we were concerned because in the department there's been a policy shift, number one, on item number one, where it reads like the department advertised posts of deputy director generals and head of infrastructure on the 6th of August. Here, Chairperson, we were referring to Annexure A, which is part of the document where Public Works used to advertise positions saying that Public Works is an equal opportunity and affirmative employer now, which has changed now to become something else that says Public Works is now a merit-based equal opportunity, which means employment equity and those that were previously disadvantaged are now going to be disregarded. And we don't know what informed the employer to this effect. They never consulted or explained their policy shift or whatever posture that they took. Now, the other aspect, Chairperson, just to summarize this lengthy document, is that the internal personnel, the acting DDGs that were acting, that even had acting letters, were not shortlisted, which means if somebody can be allowed to act in a position, it then means that they meet the minimum requirements, but they were not shortlisted in this effect. We also noted that the panel that was interviewing those deputy director generals that we normally refer as DDGs was not reflective of the GNU formation. We also plead to ask that can future panels of this nature reflect the GNU? It can't just be one political leader leading the whole process and the others are not reflected. That's what we were also requesting. And then we further requested on the letter to say, can this position be re-advertised and be dealt by an independent body, maybe like a public service commission or any body that can be independent and not push any bias process, if you like, Chairperson. And then we also needed to ask you, Chairperson, and the portfolio committee to say, how will this matter be resolved? And how soon can we know of the resolution, maybe as to how will this be resolved, Chairperson? And if you allow us, Chairperson, we had submitted a supplementary document that was said that it came a bit late, and I'm not sure if to say, Chairperson, would you allow us to go through that document as well?
We are expecting you to go through the document that we have as members, all members. The document that it came as a letter, it has a background. It also have sub-items that is Public Works. The first item, it tells us technically the department is bankrupt. We are expecting to present that.
Okay, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. So let me give a background to this letter, Chairperson. Firstly, as Labour, we've raised a number of issues with regards to the working conditions in the department. And we raised these issues as far back as April 2023, or even prior to that, with the former acting DG, Dr. Muemi. We've taken all the acting DDGs, acting director generals, until the current one who's appointed to date as Mr. Sfiso Mdarani. So we did not find joy. And then we later escalated to the former minister, who's our current deputy minister, Mr. Sihle Zikalala. And the DG was present, I think, 16 January 2024. And then as we engaged, the DG, the minister, the then minister, which is our current deputy minister, said most of these issues are operational and therefore the DG has capacity to deal with them. And we never got any proper response, or we didn't get the response towards that effect. And then we later escalated these matters to the current minister, Honorable McPherson, so that he can also have an opportunity to engage him. That was on the 31st of July, 2024. When he was doing a meet and greet session, we had a private meeting in his boardroom. We spoke to him about these issues. He said, we must put them in writing. So I just wanted to give that background so that it doesn't look like maybe Nehao has failed to engage the relevant authorities. Now, Chairperson, it's worth noting on the document that item number 1, 4, 6, and 7 are new items that were not part of the initial discussion, maybe with the past DDGs. I mean, with the past Director Generals. It's only maybe the current Director General who knows these issues that we've tabled. So let me take you through the items. I'll just speak to them. I don't have to read one by one, Chairperson, or each bulletin. Now, here in item number 1, we are saying Public Works is technically bankrupt and is in a financial mess. We are saying this because the department has experienced a number of hackings in the system, the SAGE system, which we are also in question. We are also questioning to the effect that why is it that we're still using SAGE system till today, whilst we're experiencing hacking? And we're also aware that last year, the CFO in November 2024 presented that there was no hacking of the system. It was just a technical glitch. But we also know that members were suspended here in the department for the same hacking. On the issue, they were put on precautionary suspension, which we also question to say, why would you put members on precautionary suspension while there is no investigation concluded? And that you can then say we've got allegations, put them through a disciplinary hearing, but they stayed home for more than 7 months, Chairperson. Then 3 were, we requested the upliftment of the suspensions, then 3 came back, 1 is still in limbo, and now recently we have another one who's suspended, I think sometime this year, early this year. And so we are seeing the CFO is the head of finance, Chairperson. So money was lost, then the state purse is continuing to lose money because this SAGE saga is a perpetual problem. It's continuing over and over. And we lost money, we are told, to the tune of over 300 million. So we are requesting that can there be an investigation of how much money actually was lost of the state from the inception of SAGE till to date, so that at least when you do a damage control, you can therefore do a damage control having, the right figures and having to have read, the total damage, not just estimates. And we are also requesting that the current CFO must be replaced and removed because we feel that he is not suitable and he doesn't have what it takes to steer this ship. Because when the first hacking happened and there were messages to management and he received the brief as well, he should have altered to use a different system. Why continue using the same system till to date while payments are continuing being hacked? And we also feel that it's within his job description, or if you like, performance agreement with the department or with the DG or with the state to say he must provide strategic leadership towards such problems and he must provide solutions, because he's the only one who can actually take a decision whether we continue using SAGE, which is vulnerable to hacking, or whether we use an alternative system, which we have not taken such a decision and we're continuing to use. And as a result of the new changes that they have tried to put in, service providers are being paid very late because there's a lot of, I think there are a lot of changes and also some measures that they've tried to put in place. So we are saying it is not fair even for the small enterprises who are trying to, or who've provided a service to the state, that they are not paid on time. And we know that they're not paid on time because of the hacking. And we are continuing to use that system, Chairperson. So let me move to item number 2. Item number 2, we are saying all state-owned buildings are non-compliant in terms of OHS. We are saying this, Chairperson, because one of the problems, or the cause of the problem, is that OHS, Occupational Health and Safety, as a chief directorate or as a directorate, should have been given autonomy or independence so that it can report direct to the Director General, because now it's currently placed under facility management. So whenever it issues reports to say the buildings are non-compliant, facility management, who is now, if you like, the one who did not properly maintain the building, now is the one who gets to receive the report. So this to us looks like we need some separation of power so that at least OHS can be looking out towards the best interests of the employees and towards the safety of the employees. Just to give you a number of examples currently, the buildings we're sitting in here in head office, there's wooden floors in the minister's bathroom. I mean, the corridors, because of the roof leakage, the wooden floor there is not even safe now to walk on, because the wooden floors have now started to peel, and then there are now there are a lot of openings in between. Like you can even see through the wooden floor. We have 14 or 16 lifts, but only about 40% of them is working, and we have a staff complement of more than 1,000 employees, and inclusive of the interns and the contract workers. Now, we don't have clean drinkable water. That was one of the issues we raised, to say the water here, the water quality is poor. And we had requested to say, can the employer consider putting filters or buy us water or something that can actually make us safe? Because now if you're drinking poor quality water, we now resorted to bringing water from our homes. And there's a roof leakage. All the emergency exits, Chairperson, by then they were chain locked. Now they are being welded, meaning it's a permanent thing. We can't use the emergency exits in this building. Meaning if there is fire, we'll resort to the turnstile doors, which will create a stampede. And we haven't been doing fire drills, because obviously you can't do fire drills when the emergency exits are not working. I think the last fire drill was done pre-COVID. Now we don't have an OHS committee that can actually advise the DG or whoever, the principals, to say in terms of the non-compliance issues. We even further went to as far as calling the Department of Labor and Employment to come and do an assessment. They made assessments, they raised issues, but those issues till now, 80% of them, they are not attended to, which means we don't have safety reps, firefighters that are trained and competent to do the job. We don't have people who can use those evacuation chairs when maybe in case of fire, to evacuate the disabled people, or maybe pregnant women, or those that can't necessarily run on the stairs, which is a cause of concern for us, Chairperson. Then there's a roof project that is imminent, that is about to start here. They told us that we are going to vacate 6 and 7 floors, which the rest of us will be working in a construction site, which is already non-compliant in terms of OHS. Now, if you put a construction site, a live construction site, while we are sitting here, then you are adding to the already safety hazards that are already here. And we feel that even the OHS people, they're not independent. Whenever they give direction, they're being told just to comply and not to raise those issues, because by now they should have closed down this building. Department of Labor came in, They made an assessment, nothing was done towards the satisfactory effect. And then the next point, Chairperson, we were talking about parking and stealing of cars. Currently, as it is, we are paying for parking, which is being deducted from our PESAL, but our cars are being stolen. We lost 3 cars in the past 2 years. The colleagues' cars were stolen while on duty, and then we raised this issue with the employer. We even wrote to the DG, who then said to us in a letter to say, employees who lost cars, they are like, in essence, saying they're on their own, meaning your insurance should be the one paying, and the employer is not liable. But to our surprise is that there is a private security company that is sitting there, that is being paid money to guard those cars. And yet we are worried to say, but if you are paying security, a company money so that they can guard and safeguard those cars, why then do we have to suffer like this? Because our cars are being vandalized, some are stolen, and some did some insurance claims. There was a deficit in terms of what was paid and the actual loss that the colleagues actually lost. And Chairperson, let me take you through to the 4th item. There's been a meet and greet recently with the DG, who then said to us he wants to, or he intends to merge the regions, the regional offices. Currently we have 11 regional offices, but he proposed to say Umtata regional office will be merged with Port Elizabeth. Johannesburg regional office will be merged with Pretoria, so that we have 9, like we have 9 provinces. But our issue is that currently there is no study, there is no comprehensive study done by the department to say, initially when the department decided to have 11 regional offices, what was the objective, what informed that, and if the 11 regional offices are not meeting the objectives, what could be the problem and what could be the solution? And then now, vis-a-vis reducing and merging some of these regions, which then the study would also inform us to say, is that viable? Maybe do a feasibility study to say, if for example, you have somebody who's traveling 55 kilometers towards Pretoria CBD, now is moving towards the new proposed venue in Midrand, you are adding 20 kilometers on his traveling allowance per trip. Now, which means the return trip, you've added 40 kilometers, but the salary yet stays the same. The study should have been able to demonstrate to say, if the employer provides shuttle services, will it also be financially viable? Yes or no? Especially when we know that the economy is not doing very well. Now, Chairperson, we are worried to say that even if you merge the regions, you will have 2 regional managers, you will have 2 HR managers, 2 SC, so there will be a duplication of staff members. So, which means then, which one are you going to consider to sign a submission or approval of anything? Do you need 2 directors to sign the same submission? Or are you going to just match and place the rest of the people as and when you feel like, and then now maybe some will be misplaced and with the wrong skills on the, on the wrong position. Then the issue of the next item, Chairperson, which is contract workers and outsourcing of call center. We specifically used call center as an example, Chairperson. Call center is not the only a unit where we've got contract workers. We've got contract workers in race, RAMs, and many other, I think now we spoke of young professionals, which are still on contract workers. But we've got colleagues that have been working for more than 10 years on contract, which then creates a reasonable expectation for a permanent position. And that also says that the department is indeed in need of those positions to be filled. But we're saying the department has moved from a private outsourced call center. Now we have an internal call center like Department of Home Affairs and many other departments. Now that we are here, we should be actually advertising permanent positions. And then the colleagues can continue with the job. But now instead, we want to go back to the old outsourcing, which costed money then. Even there, we're saying, Chairperson, where is the comprehensive study that informs the department and the director general to say why outsource the call center. And it is worth noting that the current contract for the call center workers is, I think we've got about 22. 18 of them are on contract. And it's worth noting that they were told, with other contract workers in the department, they were told that this is the last extension of the contract. There will be no more extension. And we are also aware that there is a tender process that is happening towards getting a service provider towards the outsourcing of the call center. Now, Chairperson, with the next item, we are saying item number 6, lease management directive and political interference within operational environment. We have it on good authority that there's a circular that was made in August 2024 where the minister signed a directive saying that all the leases or the lease agreements owned, whether between the private companies or and the department on behalf of the client departments, must go through the minister for his approval, which then for us looks like the minister as an executive should be here to do what he's supposed to do. But now if he's interfering in this procurement processes of the lease agreements, and so submissions now towards procurement of leases are being delayed because now there must be a concurrence. The minister must sign and approve. And whenever he's traveling abroad, you might not find him. So there is a delay in service delivery. And as a result of this directive, some of the delegations for the DDGs were reviewed, and now the DDGs no longer have the those initial signing powers they had, so that there can be a smooth running of the operations, day-to-day operations. I mean, we were making an example of saying there were 15 lease agreements that were in the region, Pretoria Regional, which were sent to the head office to comply with the directive, which then means if client departments have a lease agreement that is expiring or that is expired, then they must wait until the minister signs according to the new directive. Then here we have the last item, Chairperson, where we talk about filling of vacant positions. It is worth noting that the last time we hired or advertised positions is almost 2 years back. The rest of the people that were being hired were OSDs, but the rest of the staff, they were not having enough staff members and capacity. And as a result, you can imagine the service delivery was hampered and slowed. Now, here we also had our DDG, Miss CJ Abrams, Carmen Joy Abrams, who was acting Director General Corporate Services, who has came up with permanent changes, being part of those policy shifts, and the submissions, whenever there's an appointment or acting letters, they get delayed. They get turned back and forth. Submissions, they can even take more than 3 months to be approved, which is unacceptable. The acting DDG, we were told by herself that she's an economist. Now, suddenly she has become an HR expert to the point that now she's moving all the known processes to a new way of doing things, which has proven to delay things. And in conclusion, Chairperson, we submit all the above to the portfolio committee and to yourself, Chairperson, with the fullest of confidence that all these issues will be attended to. And we will therefore await any questions, Chairperson.
Thank you. You did very well in terms of time. Honorable members, there is time for questions for both presentation. When you ask a question, members, you must indicate this is for the department and this is for Nihao. I've indicated that we are not expecting the department to respond. They are here. They will even be given the document. Then it will be up to us as a committee. How do we resolve the matter? When to come back and deliberate further from their side for them to respond. But honorable members, it's time for questions. We normally have a culture that all of us were going to speak, and I'm gonna do the normal procedure. I can see Kobe, you have raised your hand. I don't know whether it's for questions, but if it's not for question, I'll allow you to start to say what you want to say. But if it's for questions, I'm not going to recognize hands. I'll just give you an order of names to start. Kobe?
Chair, no, it is for questions, so I'll wait for your director.
Okay. I believe that members, you got the indication. Yes, we are not with the letter that I received from the department. It indicates I'm aware, DM, that you've got other organized laborers, but if they did not write to us, we are not going to entertain or force them to come and do presentation. It's only Nihao that has made a request. As you can hear, they were ready and prepared to do a presentation. So there is no mistake for us to allow. We've got a prerogative to listen to them, take decisions, seek advices in terms of the law, how to enforce resolutions to be taken. That allow me to recognize members. I'll start with a pair of 3. And I'll also, at the same time, going to also request Inez and Shrape, because the document came very late, to also pose questions. You must be ready to do that, Inez and Shrape, at a later stage. Babu Numan, are you raising a hand for a different, or I must, as I've said, I've got my own, the way we normally do.
Thank you, Chair. No. I'm raising my hand because I just wanted to report to you, and that I need to catch the bus now at 12:30 because I'll be attending the plenary. So I just wanted to bring that.
Let me allow you to start in terms of questions and Radi, because he has indicated he must catch a flight as well. Okay. I'll start with yourself, then Radi, you'll follow. Then the third person, I'll request. Kobe?
Chair, I'm also going to be catching the bus shortly.
You are the first batch. You'll be the third one, in that order.
Can I be the fourth one? I'm catching a bus as well, Chair.
It's fine.
Okay.
You'll go in the 4th view.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, for an opportunity. My question will be directed to the department on the matter that was presented here. So my question is, looking at these unfilled positions, there's this cost maintenance, cost containment directive that was issued, I think, a year ago, that in fact the department was informed that the cost containment measure will be lifted, and they were given like a period of 12 months, if I'm not mistaken. So now I'm just wondering as to why, because they knew in advance that this cost containment will be lifted. What stopped them really from preparing themselves into making sure that those vacancies are filled? Because they had like 12 months period. So really, what stopped them from doing the correct thing? And the second question that I'm going to ask them again, it's on the issue, or it's the okay. Let me put it this way: they knew that there was going to be a delay caused by the transition from the 6th Parliament to the 7th Parliament. It's not for the first time when we had such transitions. We had first administration, second administration, and so on and so on. Why didn't they foresee that there's going to be a transition which might cause delays? Why didn't they do it immediately? I mean, sooner, before that period of the transition began. So those are my two questions because I'm under pressure, so I can't go any further. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vice.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for this opportunity. I think my colleague, Honorable Nati, has covered two of the areas that I wanted to cover, except that I want to just make it known that this presentation has been an exposure, a serious exposure of an incompetence on the part of the department. Critical posts remain unfilled for whatever reason, and this is a serious contributor to the fact that the department is perceived to be moving very slowly in meeting some of the goals that we have set for the department. I think that what is being proposed to speed up the process is really, it's not enough. What I want to suggest, Chairperson, is that we need to push for the committee to closely monitor the progress and demand that there's urgency in filling these posts, especially the executive positions, because this is not just an HR issue. It's going to affect service delivery across the board. And I put it that this matter remains as one of those outstanding matters on our agenda. So every meeting, we are able to monitor progress. I think that's number one. So the issue on the recognized labor, I just have one issue with a constant reference to GNU. I don't know whether this labor understands that this is not really a GNU. As a committee, we operate as all committees here, and we'd all like to be part of the process. So this thing about GNU, please remove that if you want us to be supporting you in your legitimate demands that you presented to the committee. Chair, I want to thank you. I'm going to now log off, and I will follow the proceedings on the recording once I land in Cape Town. Thank you very, very much, Chair.
People of buses, let's go.
Hey, should I come? Thank you. Thank you very much. Chair Letape must stay out of this. She's not the chairperson. Chair, I'd like to speak to the issue of employment equity and also the policy shift that was mentioned by the labor unions, that it seems as though the department is shifting in terms of policy directive, that it is now moving away from employment equity to terms, such as merit-based employment and so on and so forth. I'd like to speak to that and ask the department whether this is true in terms of the department shifting policies. And also, I'd just like since the ascendancy of Minister McPherson, a breakdown of the vacancies that have been filled since he has ascended his ministerial position and their demographics, or should we say their profiling, as to how many females, males, and also the racial profiling of those that have been that have ascended since the minister has, or there has been a policy shift, so to speak, on the side of the department in terms of hiring processes. I'd also like to speak to an issue that has been raised it has been circulating within various social media platforms and also the media. I'd like to ask the department if there has ever been a deviation that has come from the minister's office in terms of appointments, appointing Mr. James de Villiers, Mr. Luke Albert, Mr. Sean Cox, and Mr. Michael Balefeld. I think that's how it's pronounced. I'd just like to know about those issues. It has been circulating in the media, and there has been ambiguities as to how the hiring processes have went and the deviations thereof. Asking the HR processes to be deviated so that these individuals may in fact be given much more permanent contracts within the department. Thanks, Chair.
Makasi.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to everyone. My first question is to the department. I would like to check with them how confident are they in terms of reducing the overall vacancy that my colleagues have asked already, which is a rate of from 14% to the acceptable 10% rate. And if they can also explain the process of filling these posts and why are they so slow? Because in one of the slides, they did mention that one of the reasons why these vacancies occur is because of officials they pass on, some of them they retire, some of them they get suspended. And I think on the two of retire and suspension, they should at least have a better plan in terms of knowing that who is going to retire when and how can they fill in the gaps and these vacancies, since also the issue of the cost containment measures have been discontinued. And then I would like to also check whether the issue that has been mentioned in the meeting, that there has been a re-advertising of posts that were advertised and the process has started to unfold. And I think I would put referral to the DDG supply chain position. And lastly, Chair, if they can provide the portfolio committee with a detailed strategy with a time frames on when are they intending to fill these outstanding vacancies. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mare, then Mankosi Basi will be the third one. Mare? Mankosi? Bats, can you come in?
Thank you.
Okay.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to welcome the presentation made. Can I continue, Chair?
You may proceed, Mangosi, but you'll follow. Or Mare, are you back?
Yes, I couldn't get unmuted, but let's go first. It's fine, no problem.
You'll be the second one, then Bath, you'll be the third.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the presentation made by the department as well as the organized labor. Chair, and as well as the remarks made by the Deputy Minister, our own Honorable Sihlezi Galal. Chair, maybe I must start by raising a serious concern as the member of the Portfolio Committee with regard to the symposium held in Cape Town for the past 2 days by the department without us committee members or portfolio committee member being informed or invited to that symposium. It's a serious concern to me, Chair, because I remember at one stage we did raise the issue of the programs that are taking place by the department without us being informed, because some of them would want to be part of them as part of the department, but seemingly we were not considered and we were not even told that there is this thing. We just saw it on the TVs, of which to me it's not right. I think I'm appealing to the department because last time we requested them to inform us of such things. My question, Chair, is related to the presentation made by the department. I just want to check that is there any detailed strategy to deal with the 56 posts that are not funded in the Department of Public Works of Infrastructure? The other questions, Chair, I just want to check with regards to the panel that is used by the department with regards to the appointment of the DDGs. Who are the panel members? Because if you can hear even the presentation made by the organized labor that says the people that are sitting on the panels are not reflecting the GNU, but it's only one party. Can we be provided with the panels names as to whom are they consisting the panels in terms of appointing them? And second to that, Chair, I just want to check as well to the department through DM and the team that why the powers of appointing the DDGs are now centralized to national office, whilst there are regional offices. Why regional offices are being stripped their powers? And even the organized labor raised that. Can we be provided with that information? Why is that happening? The other matter, Chair, that I just want to check with the department, it's concerning the matter that is raised by the organized labor with regards to the interference of the minister, that there's interference made. It is alleged that the minister is interfering with the department with regards to the leases that are supposed to be leased to the people, and they are now having a slow pace of that because they must get an approval from the minister. How true is that? If maybe we can be provided as well with the information. And I just want to check about previously it was said that there was an allegation made again with regards to the board member's name, that when they were appointing the board, seemingly it was not correcting. The names were just given to the minister. And I just want to check that if the board members are being appointed, are they screened or what? We want to check that, Chair, as well as the qualifications of the board members. Thank you very much, Chair.
Can I go?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I also want just to make a remark on the leases, because it was interesting that that was actually put on the table. On the one side, we want actually to review all the leases, because it seems leases was giving in the past to the same people or companies. So that's why it is important for our portfolio going forward that it must be scrutinized, what it be the necessary buck for our money, because what is this, the premises that we actually all lease out, and is that not maybe state buildings in the surroundings of that facility that can be used as a facility that we don't use currently and it belongs to the state, why do we lease then maybe other premises and there's nearby something that we could use? So I think that scrutinizing is very important for us as a committee going forward as far as the money's been spent. We did know as well that the department get only a certain allocation from the national fiscus, and we must utilize the money as far as possible to the best of our South Africans. Then I just want to ask about the NAVAO. They've got around about 400 members, paid up members. I don't see we didn't receive any information or anything from another COSATU, any other institution, to put it that way, that also represent organized labor to give input, and some of the other is a bigger union than this one. So were other unions invited also to make a presentation or actually given the opportunity to submit documentation on this issue or agenda for today? And those are the two I just want to point out. I might have another one or two follow-up questions, but I first want to give the opportunity that everybody can pop questions. Thank you.
Chairperson, do you want me to go next? I don't know if you got...
Yeah,
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm glad that the addition of the extra item on the agenda hasn't detracted from the original agenda item, and I think I'm covered by those that have spoken or asked questions before me. So I'll just address or pose questions to organized labor. I did have a chance to quickly read through the letters, and I also had to do a little bit of research quickly regarding the union itself. And it's important, I think, for us to separate, Chairperson, where the mandate and responsibility of the union is really to protect the rights of the workers. And although there were many issues raised, which I do feel are legitimate and are relevant to the workers themselves, there were also a few operational items that were raised, which I feel are not relevant to the mandate of the union. I think one has been raised already around the leases. I think it's interesting, Chairperson, that the issue of lease agreements and the support of continued exorbitant lease agreements by the state from private sector has come up and is essentially being defended by the union, especially considering that the most expensive leases are currently under investigation by the SIU. I don't know why organized labor is concerned about these leases, especially where in their letter they indicate that the department is bankrupt. If the department is bankrupt, why then would the union support continued exorbitant leases? So for me, that is completely misplaced. I also think, Chairperson, that it almost sounds like the union want to run the department themselves, which is a bit confusing for me. We cannot have a union stipulating how panels are formed, what questions are asked, how the department writes its employment advertisements. Of course, they must be within the legal prescripts of what is allowed. But them wanting to get involved to the point that they have say over who is shortlisted and who is not shortlisted, for me, is a massive overstep from the union itself. Lastly, Chairperson, I do note that we're speaking about the appointment of DDGs here, and these are highly confidential. These are highly confidential recruitment processes that go through not only the department but to cabinet for adoption and for recommendation. Sorry, not for recommendation, for adoption. So how this union has access to confidential information, I think, must also be addressed and asked. I think, Chair, like my colleague, I think I'll end there to allow other members to ask their questions as well. Thank you, Chair.
I'm left with SIPO. Is SIPO part of the meeting, Nala? I can't see Sipho. Numalo, you've raised your questions. But members, I'll request you to, even though you are getting into a bus, just to put on your headphones, because the plenary started 3 today. We'll request you to remain in a meeting and not log off, except for Radi as he's flying out. Then I'll recognize Letlape, then Lelange. I think those are the last two.
Chair
No, thanks.
Mankosi's hand is up, Chair.
Mankosi, is it your hand up? Yes.
Yes, Chair. I forgot to mention one matter here. That is why I raised my hand again.
Okay, you may proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think I don't want to be seen as if I'm standing in for the organized labor from the previous speaker. I think the organized labor it's got the right to raise their issues because they are representing the employees. But my one question that I wanted to raise, Chair, is that the organized labor when they present, they indicated that the acting DTGs are not even shortlisted when the department is doing shortlisting the position of the acting DTGs, of which I find it very strange, Chair. I want to raise it. I find it very strange as to why the acting DTGs are not shortlisted, because they were acting and they cannot tell us that they are not qualifying. How did they appoint them to be to acting to those positions if they were not qualifying? So I just want to get a clarity on that one. That's what I forgot to indicate. Thank you very much, Chair.
Members, before Litlape you come in and Lelange you follow, I'm tempted to question this. Don't get to a point where you want to play. We are politicians. You want to play politics, please. We are here as a portfolio, and in a portfolio, normally, how I know you members, we become one. We deal with matters and in a sober manner. Let us not attempt to start politics and to question in a way of wanting to defend someone or discredit a presentation, please. I was happy when Bath, you were saying the presentation of organized labor did not fall far from the presentation. Actually, they marry each other, they complement. It's just there will be additional information. That's the reason why I allowed it to be presented today. But please, when you come in, even when you make a follow-up, let's not attempt to divide ourselves. Letlape, then Lelange.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let's welcome the presentations from the Department, PMTE, and the organized labor. I'll start with the first presentation that was done. In the report of the department, it says that the vision of PMTE is to provide access to dignified public service. And I think my question to them would be if in its current state, PMTE do they feel comfortable and confident that they provide dignity to public service? And I'm saying this because PMTE is the largest real estate portfolio. It's managing the largest real estate portfolio in the country. And this shows just how much of a critical role they play in government. And it's quite worrisome that when we deal or when we speak about vacancies, they are top on the list for that. With the department, it says that you've got 22 employees additional to the organizational structure. I would like to know what positions are these of these 22 employees. What is it that they actually do? that there was a need for them to go and establish 22 additional spaces. Not that we are opposed to people getting employment, but it would be reasonable for us to know what is it that they actually do outside of the approved organizational structure. And for PMTE, of the 541 additional posts, why the same question, why did we have to go and get additional posts outside of what is approved? PMTE has reported a very high number of resignations, and which is 176 resignations, and expired contracts was 284. I want to know what impact does the loss of a total of 460 staff members have on the performance of PMTE and its planned service delivery? And if the department can give us clarity on the number of staff members that have been retained within both the department and PMTE. The department has 40 resignations and 28 expired contracts, and PMTE, like I've said, 176 resignations and 284 contracts. So if the department can give us clarity on how many staff members have been retained within both the department and PMTE. There was skills audit conducted. If we can get the outcome of the skills audit that was conducted for both the department and PMTE. In one of the slides here, it says the adverts were out. There was a lot of adverts for key management positions were out in September 2024. And up until now, they've not been filled. There's one specific one of the DDG of Facilities Management, which was first advertised in 26 May 2023. And in the slide, it says the interviews are scheduled for June 2025. This is 2 years later. I don't know what is the meaning of that. And I singled this particular one out because it's the one that just that grabbed my attention. That 2 years later, we are getting a report today that says interviews are still scheduled. Because I see also in the report that this particular advert, this particular post had to go for re-advert. What is the reason for that? And one honorable member also mentioned here that we've had people who have been acting in these positions. And I don't understand why we would still have such positions not filled. And maybe if we can get an explanation for that. But I would also want to get the geographical distribution of the 779 PMTE vacancies, right? How many are located, or how many are located in rural and undeserved provinces like your Northwest, Limpopo, Eastern Cape, so that we also get to understand if we are represented in all 9 provinces, in PMTE particularly. The department is at 14% vacancy rate. And the presenter, when he made a presentation, he tried to, I felt that he was justifying why we are above what we call an acceptable threshold of 10%. We've got millions of South Africans who are qualified for these posts and who are sitting at home and are unemployed. Leave the fact that we had a cost containment issues. They've just been lifted now. What I'm interested in is how soon are we looking at filling in these vacancies now that the cloud is out of cost containment measures? How soon are we looking at filling in these vacancies so that when we speak about unemployment rate, public works does not contribute the highest to that rate. And as it stands, we are contributing towards it. How many of the vacant positions are reserved for youth, women, and people living with disabilities?
as part of the department's transformation agenda, because this is one aspect that we should be very intentional about. And I'm interested in, are there reservations for this particular item on the agenda of transformation in the department? And I think it has already been mentioned, the demographic profile of the both units, the department and PMTE, on race, gender, and age, so that we can see if they do align with the transformation targets that have been set. Chair, if I can also ask, how many young people have been absorbed through the technical internship, young professionals, and management trainee programs, and how many were retained in permanent posts? I also want to check how many skilled professionals left the department in the past year, and if we can maybe get the top 3 reasons why they exited the department. Some of these employees leave because they get better offers elsewhere. I want to check how often does the department rely on counter offers to retain them? How is it monitored to prevent irregular salary increases that we know happens a lot in government departments? In the vacancies, the department and PMTE, there's only one that is below 10%, and that's 9% in PMTE. The 5 programs that have been listed here, all of them are way above 10%. And we should be very worried about that. And maybe we must also get a plan of how soon or how urgent is the department treating this issue of vacancies in not just PMTE, in all the other units that we have in the department. On page 22, the presenter says that the reason why we've got such a high percentage of vacancies is because the real estate management services needs more scarce and technical positions. Can we get a list of those positions that are so difficult and you are finding it difficult to fill as a department? And with regards to the organized labor's presentation, I think all unions have got a right to write to the portfolio committee, and they don't really necessarily need to be invited. As in, when they see a need to make certain issues heard by the committee, they can do so, like what this particular labor group has done. There's a lot of allegations in the presentation of the labor group, and I would maybe propose that we include this item in our next portfolio committee meeting or in the next available slot that we have, so that the department can come with a report addressing all the issues that have been addressed here. There has been allegations that are made here also. We would want to have a fully fleshed report from the department side responding to what has been written by the union here. And we can then be able to further deliberate once we have heard the 2 sides of the stories. But this, Chair, in some of the issues that are raised by Nehau, shows how important it is for us as a portfolio committee to do oversight, which is something we are drastically failing to do. There was a time we were supposed to go to the head office of Public Works, and we did not do so. Some of the issues, we would have picked them up by then. And I'm just raising it as an issue that there is a serious need for us to really look further into doing oversight and not necessarily sit in a meeting like this all the time and get reports from the department and not necessarily know what is happening. I know as members of the committee, we also do have a responsibility to do oversight, but the committee as well would need to take that responsibility in its seriousness. So my proposal is that we don't necessarily discuss what has been presented to us, and I think that was your request, that we want to give them an ear so that we have a way forward on what's going to happen after this. I do agree that the Minister of Public Works, and I've raised this before, the Minister of Public Works really operates like he's in his backyard. And we need as a committee to finally take a stand towards that. And I know that the resolution would be that we write to the speaker and all of that, but the Minister of Public Works operates like he's the only person that exists in the department. The committee, we are not saying the committee must be part of a whole lot of things that are happening in the department. We don't want to get into the nitty-gritties and the administration of the department. But there's certain things, if you want to know what is happening in public works, you must go on Twitter. That's the only time you will know what is happening within the department. There's a whole lot of things that are being discussed on behalf of public works in the absence of the committee, not even with the knowledge of the committee itself. And it's difficult because you can't hold the minister accountable in any portfolio committee meeting because he's always absent. And maybe we must even stop saying that there's an apology from the minister. It's a permanent apology from the minister. And he's doing this deliberately. Even his actions show that he's got complete disregard for this committee. He does not have intentions of taking any word from anyone from this committee meeting. And that is why it's going to be very important that we become as more flexible as we can as a committee so that we find a way of ensuring that we hold him accountable. It's unfair that every now and then the department comes here. Yes, they must be accountable, but they can't come here without that particular head that we want. And he knows very well that he's running away from the fact that he must be held responsible. There's a whole lot of issues for a union to come here is because he's inaccessible himself as a minister who's supposed to be a political head of a department, whose job he thinks is to be on TV every week, every day. He goes on TV, he discusses issues of public works on TV, and he never sees the need to come to a portfolio committee meeting. He was there last week. And he was there just so that he can show face. He was there last week. He never saw the need of even putting the committee into confidence on what is going to happen in the program. That symposium that happened there, Chair, is a big moment where there's about 7.7 billion rand that has been spent there, and the committee knew absolutely nothing about it, even when the minister was in the committee and did not see the need to address it. There was a request that was made to the secretary of the committee. The secretary made that request to the PO of the minister. And up until today, the minister does not see the need for a committee to form part of such a big moment, of such a big event that has to do with the department. So those are some of the things that we will need to sit as a committee, and we will need to address as a committee and find alternative ways of trying to continue doing our work, holding the minister accountable even when he has taken a decision that he's not going to be held responsible and accountable by this committee. Thanks, Chair.
Members, but directly to yourself, please. Each and every one of us, we got a responsibility to echo or to raise issues that we think they will assist this committee. I've made a plea to your good self members that when we sit as a committee, we must not look at ourselves as different parties, or we feel like we want to defend each other. Let's respect each other and allow us to work as a family. Our responsibility is to hold accountable, make it a point that the department operate in a proper manner. We must hold executives accountable, be it your minister or your deputy minister and the DG leading this department. Please, we can't call each other on order when someone is on the floor. I'm pleading with your good self.
That's very disrespectful, actually.
No.
Because when other members are speaking, we keep quiet.
I could hear even you wanted to start to separate the presentation, and it's not correct. I've been given this responsibility, and I'll make my own discretion. But you know how I operate, I plead with your good self. I don't dictate. So please, members, make my work very simple, because I really respect and want you to work with me as a committee, not as individuals. But allow me not to give you an opportunity with due respect. Delange, can you come in?
Chairperson, my hand has been raised for a while now, and I really would appreciate it if you would take my hand.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's a really simple one, and it's just one of the downsides to being on the virtual platform, in that sometimes when a hand is raised, it is not always recognized by you, and that sometimes forces us to have to make you aware that our hands are up. It's just one of the downsides. So I just want to ask, Chairperson, if you could please recognize us when our hands are raised. Thank you very much.
I'll try by all means. You may proceed with what you wanted to raise.
No, that was it, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Delange? Unmute yourself. We can see you. You are trying to speak, but you're muted.
Yes, Chair. Thank you so much, Chair. Greetings to you and other honorable members. Greeting to DM and the DG, as well as the whole support staff of the collective. Chair, I decided to open up the video and to be in the space because I've not seen you for quite some time. That I'm still very fine. Chair, I think there's an issue that you are raising here that is all members must take it very serious. The question of understanding the whole oversight, accountability ecosystem, and the importance of also of oneness in the committee. Those things can also be stressed once again. I think the whole thinking and the wish of the portfolio committee is for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and PMT in particular, that they must function efficiently. That is what we need. Hence, we will continue to engage the department doing our oversight vigorously. I think also I must commend the decision you took to allow the NEHAW to make presentation in the portfolio committee, as well as will encourage even others to do so. But let's not go and harvest them. They must only come when they see the need to come and brief the committee, and we shall listen to that. My concern is that there is a very slow filling of the vacant post by the department. And to me, that is very worrying. And also, I agree with Honorable Letlape on the approach on how we must deal with the issues raised by NEHAW, and how the department also must respond on such. But there is one area that I think, although I agree with Honorable Letlape, I think I would like to get a response from now, because it's an easy answer. With regard to the recruitment of DDGs and the head of infrastructure, then what is the response of the department on the NEHAW submission that the process followed to recruit the DGs and ISA are flawed? I would like to get a response from the department on that one. I'm raising this matter because we are among the members in the committee that we've been asking the department when it's going to fill the post, in particular of the leadership of ISA. Now, when such an allegation is raised, then one gets concerned, and it's an allegation that needs to be clarified as soon as possible. There are two questions that also I want to get in. The first one on those questions is then an allegation that there is a policy shift by the political executive, And this allegation is that the minister have issued a directive that procurement and other contractual matters must go through his office. How true is that? That's the question. The last question, Chair, is on the in relation with appointments of board members. This matter is seen in the public space. And I'm aware that next week we're dealing with IDT and is among the topical issues that we'll be dealing with. But this one, I think, is urgent, and it requires the department to begin to prepare for it, even if when we meet next week, they'll respond to this one. That there is an allegation that the current chair of IDT misrepresented her qualifications. Can the department give a report in this matter, even if they can give the response as part of the presentation that they will make in the next meeting? Those are the issues, Chair, that I felt let me raise. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Ines?
Good afternoon, Chairperson, members, and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. There are just a few issues that probably needs to just be clarified by the department. In its presentation, it indicated that it had assumptions on what it would take to actually fill these vacant positions. And one of them they indicated was that they would have to have remunerative overtime for both the head office and regional offices. So if the department could just clarify if they budgeted for this, considering that they have been indicating the impact of cost containment, and then what would the impact then be on the compensation of employee budget? And then what would be the impact, for example, on the department and the PMTE and the regions if they are then trying to fill these vacancies outside of the normal functioning of the department, PMTE? It just in terms of when it's happening, if they're saying it's overtime. The department also had indicated that it is employing people now or filling the vacancies from its workplace skills plan. But it says that this work skills plan is from its skills audit. It was influenced by the skills audit. So if the department could actually make the skills audit available to the committee, so that, or actually provide a clearer explanation in terms of what the skills audit presented and how then from the skills audit this work skills plan was then developed. In one of the slides, the department indicates that it has 209 interns on contract overall in terms of the establishment, in terms of the department and the PMTE. So that's on slide 10. But if the department could just clarify that it says that there are 193 interns under the administration PMTE section of the department, as well as 13 interns under the construction project management and 2 under the facilities management units. So if it could just clarify these contracts, what what they are, what their jobs are, and why, for example, there is such a high number of contracts under the PMTE admin section. I think the final thing would be just that the department then some members have already questioned or asked that the department clarify its retention strategy, especially as it regards the contracts. But perhaps the department should actually clarify what the provisions are in terms of legislation on how the department actually enters into these contracts, and what then that means in terms of its retention strategy. And I think that one of the other issues is that the department on the table for funded and unfunded vacant positions, it indicated, for example, that the Policy Research and Regulations unit has 6 vacant positions, 3 of which are funded and 3 of which are unfunded. However, in its previous table, it indicated that it actually had 8 vacant positions. So perhaps if it could just clarify, the numbers in that regard. And similarly, in terms of the expanded public works program, which indicates that it has 32 vacancies, 12 of which are funded, but 20 are unfunded. So these, and then the other one is in corporate services that has 32 vacant positions, 17 of which are funded, but 15 are unfunded. So if the department could just clarify what the skills audit that was done, the skills plan, and then what the impact is in terms of all these unfunded positions, at which level do they sit? And then just in terms of the presentation by organized labor, one of the issues would be just to clarify the issue it presented in terms of the overarching weaknesses in terms of occupational health and safety. Perhaps, a report needs to be presented both by organized labor in those terms as well as the department itself. And the other is to do with the contract positions that the organized labor indicated that there were people that were on contract for at least 10 years or more. So if a list of that could be then provided to the portfolio committee to clarify the issue that it presented there. Thank you, Chairperson.
Fred?
Good afternoon. I think it's 6 minutes before 1. So I want to take the opportunity, Chair, to just greet everyone and not take too long with that. Deputy Minister, the team of Public Works and Infrastructure, and members and colleagues. Chairperson, mine is very, very brief. This committee does oversight on behalf of the people. And our oversight responsibility is therefore a very serious one and very difficult, because it's difficult to capture and know the concerns of such a vast array of human beings in the country. And the minister of Public Works and Infrastructure and this department has a very, very important role, because without this department providing accommodation to service providing departments, functional accommodation to them, no services can be provided. Now, Chairperson, why I raise that is because the minister is the policy leader. The minister gives direction of how political ideals are translated into programs and how it then gets funded. That's the matter for Treasury and the DG and DDGs to flesh out. Clearly, Chair, if we look at the figures that were presented to us in terms of the number of senior service staff being appointed, the PMTE is like an open door, a revolving door. And it's exactly at the PMTE, at that door of the PMTE, where some construction needs to take place. And I'm using it literal, figurative, because we probably do not need a revolving door. So the last 2 or 3 slides of this presentation, it spoke about retention. And my colleague also raised it. Retention in what manner? How does this department, how does the minister make a policy change in this department? Because it's been going on for very long, decades. How do you make a change, you as policy leader, and use the experience of the deputy minister and the DG and the DDGs to stop that revolving door, using the Public Service Commission and the Public Service and Administration Department's regulations that allow you to charge more, I mean, to pay some people, depending on their usefulness, more to retain them. We know that it is a very competitive sector, but you need built environment professions and lawyers so you can stop procuring legal services from outside and paying astronomical amounts of money to fight staff on contract, rather than have them inside, treat them properly, accommodate them properly, and assist them. The question clearly is, Chair, that comes out here, and the concerns that the union raised comes out clearly as, it's not nice to work for Public Works. It seems like that is the case. Now, if that's the case, people are just going to come in, work a little bit, 1 or 2 years, get a raise in salary, so the next employment is paying you slightly more. And so you are marketable outside in this very competitive industry. So I'm raising this, Chair, because we can't have a Public Works department and infrastructure department that says there's going to be a skyline filled with cranes, and we're going to have development and therefore social development, and our country is going to rise. We can't say that policy-wise. But then when we administrate and we guide the administration, we don't do it fully informed. These views of these workers should have been with the minister and with the DG, and they should have been able to translate that into action that assist not only this department, but also Home Affairs, also every single judicial office, every court, no matter how big or small they are. They should be properly administered. If you look at courts, you go into a court building now and you want to go to the bathroom, they will be locked up because they are broken. These are things, Chair, that what this presentation was all about. We did not ask as a committee to come and present, please present about these numbers. There's a bigger question that we are asking. We are asking how to get a department functional, because you are not functional as a department, not properly functional. You can talk about 10% as being great to achieve, but it's not enough. It must be much higher. And I'm saying, Chair, that it's clearly a guidance issue, a leadership issue, and we cannot isolate one human being in the form of the minister, there's an issue here of collaboration. It is not right that we only had one union here. We should have had more unions here. And it is important that I say this also to the union chair. Making allegations without material evidence of where your allegation is hooked on, in reality, does not assist. I don't know how this minister can respond to the allegations alone. So we are begging, get that information, be honest where you got the information from, and put it down as material evidence that can assist to strengthen the whole effort. Chairperson, the last thing I want to say, I want to suggest, Chair, that we actually need, I think Honorable de Klape also referred to it, we clearly need a built environment, a presentation, a plan on how you as a department are going to populate the PMTE and those regional offices. I also think, Chair, that we need to get an understanding of the regional offices, where there's wastage, and how the PMTE can be a more efficient rather than effective entity functioning inside the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. I also think we need to flesh out the infrastructure South Africa a little bit more, but I suspect also, Chair, that as I make that suggestion, it might just be that our engagement in the near future on the APP will provide insight into these things. So I don't know whether my rambling is assisting, but Chairperson, that is what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, members and support staff. DM, DG, that's your department. You've made a presentation. I believe you got marks from members. How bad your presentation was. Let's be honest with your good selves that your presentation did not assist anything to this committee for us to play an oversight. But what I want to make a statement on is that DG, with I've got few correspondence that I got for next time. Just note this with your team. The unfortunate part is when we don't have a slot, but I think members somehow will have to consider calling portfolios not only on Wednesdays. There are many issues that we need to deal with. We must give it a special attention, in particular with what has been recommended by Honorable Letape. Next week already we have got an agenda for Wednesdays, but I think if we agree here, we can sit on Tuesday or Thursday to deal with the issue of the union, to deliberate further, where the department, you must avail yourself with your executive with these allegations. But let me make this statement, honorable members. In March, on the 10th this year, the speaker wrote to myself, about the appointment of IDT of the two board members, which she wrote because she got a complaint from the Right to Justice. And she instructed us guided by the fact that we've got a role as a portfolio to hold the executive accountable. So we need to call a meeting and discuss it further. But I think if you remember, honorable members, we were at 90 Plain Street. We discussed it at length. And this delegation was part, it was only the DM who was not part of it. I think it was DM and DG. But the rest, you were part of that meeting where we were discussing about how do you appoint the IDT board, how do you advise the minister? Because I feel and believe that you can't work with the minister and not advise accordingly. Just like myself, when I chair, I also seek advice to Shreb, Ines, and other members, Bonola. How do we then have to deal with this matter? But I was just highlighting it, or we've got a lot we need to consider. The fact of not sitting on Wednesdays alone will have to apply. Of course, guided by the program and your availability members. As well, these appointments of DDGs, I did not get them through only organized labor. I do receive calls from anonymous and, even from the media. The last time I chose not to entertain the media because I was in hospital. The allegation that we are getting, DG, you might not respond now and the DM. I'm just preparing you. When you come, you must bring what kind of responses. As Mankos has said it, how do you then not agree or isolate an acting person and you don't even shortlist? Are you telling us when you appoint acting DGs, you are saying you just appoint a person who don't qualify for that position, and when you then start a process of appointment, you then start to say this person does not qualify? There's an allegation that we're getting that you are saying people who are in the department are corrupt. DG, and I believe it's not the minister's prerogative, but those are processes that you lead, and then you take it further with the minister, of course, as there are DGs. And as I've said in one meeting, maybe you felt it like it's an insult. You also have a role that you must play just to advise and give wisdom to the minister together with the DM. These things are not done in this way. These things are done in a particular way. One of the radio interviews when I was called is that the minister says, those are allegations, says all candidates who are currently employed by the department are corrupt. Therefore, they chose not to shortlist none of them, but will get candidates from outside because are corrupt. Then it means it also includes yourselves. DG. How true is that? Maybe we need to get, you must clarify or give us a policy that you utilize for an acting position. We need not to just speak from our own feelings or how do we, our emotions. DM, allow me with the presentation of the department, not to get into details because it has a lot of loopholes. PMTE does not even have a plan. You know, you talk about the lease process of properties. Beside, we are not talking about the prestige part, but PMTE, most of your properties are not in good conditions. Do you have a plan of renovating? Do you really have a plan of how do you manage this PMTE band? Applications that we have from ordinary citizens, employees of government, maybe even that one we need to get a register besides talking about an asset register that talks about land and buildings only. Our first oversight, we went to the department. We were there. Unfortunately, we were taken through a back door where we did not see all those things that have been said by the unions. The only part that we saw, honorable members, it's telecom towers. That was bad. So the minute when we get the document and the presentation from organized labor, then it takes me back to a picture of telecom towers. And honorable members, we are still stuck. No one has ever given us a proper written response about telecom towers. I don't know whether it's a responsibility of PMTE, but we are still stuck with telecom towers. It shows the department, you are not performing, you're not doing anything. You are unable to even take care of your own building. But nevertheless, let me try and talk to, I'm not posing questions, but allow me just to highlight and give you my view, the way I'm so disappointed and feel very useless as a portfolio. DG, yes, indeed, programs, whatever that you do, we see it on Twitter. But let me just put it straight. We are shown a middle finger by your good selves. The symposium was very, you know, the way it was televised, as Umankos was saying, it was very big. You could not even put an invite to your portfolio. Maybe you must tell us yourself, DG and the DM, when you go abroad, you went for Middle East. There was a trip of the minister to Middle East for trying to get funds of investment. Where is the report? How do you then come back and report to us and say, it was very fruitful, this is what we have brought back? It's only social media and the media that understand your work. And we don't understand it as the oversighters of the department. You It's either you get it from the status of the minister where he was. Last week you were doing an oversight of a very big project there in Cape Town. And you don't even bother because you have never spoken to us and brought a report to us. This is what we are doing in terms of infrastructure. You know, I'm just giving you a highlight to show when we come and try to do our oversight, you might feel like we're being personal. That's why I'll always conscientize and plead with the members. We don't have to play an oversight as different parties, but we must be one. Members, my suggestion with this symposium, we need to get a report. What was the reason of doing that and trying to achieve what? And indeed, did they achieve what they wanted to achieve with this symposium that shows it has spent a lot of money and it was well attended? It was even attended by the president, which is fine. Let me move to Nihao. Nihao, your presentation is very worrisome. It does, you know, the minute I got your letter, you wrote some months back, I did not have, already we had a program that we could not squeeze you in. When I got your presentation and agreed to squeeze you in, it's because we don't have an open space. Just like on the issue of PMTE. And maybe before I proceed to your good self, let me prepare the DG and the DM. I think the second week of July, if not June, Nola will write to you. We've been invited by defense, and it's not defense alone. All the department, as Sherib was saying, even justice is complaining. They've wrote to us, they want a joint meeting, and they're expecting, even our good self will recommend that you become part. The executive and the DG leading the delegation to go and respond to defense, because they're telling us all their properties are dilapidating, as Nihao is saying that. They've got a serious problem. You have the issue of soldiers who came back not being alive. When they come back here in South Africa, where they are working, the condition is not good because of public works and infrastructure. You must be ready. I think it's second week of June. And it's a physical meeting. They are requesting a physical meeting. I have accepted, honorable members. You're going to join defense. Justice also as well. It's complaining. On justice, I've not yet made a commitment. I've made a commitment on defense. Honorable members, we must be honest to our good selves when we deliberate with these matters. The first item that was raised by Nihao, it came to our portfolio. You know, the item that says tracking back the resolution, it will assist us. I think it's for a good cause. It's not an allegation. We have deliberated it in the portfolio. The issue of SAGE, DG. and the CFO. It's not an allegation. You know it. I want to try and rectify members who are saying it might be an allegation. It's not an allegation. The issue of hacking of this system, it's a fact. Because we are agreeing that we'll have a special day where the department will come and respond, we are saying, bear in mind, we have deliberated, we had a proper item that was dealing with the hacking of the system. We are aware even members who were suspended, brought back, the other one had to not be brought back and all the stuff. We have deliberated, and Nola will assist us and retrieve those minutes. And we had recommendations on that. I can't go further on the issue of OHS compliance. We are all agreeing that you are not doing good in all your buildings, all of them, even be it houses. But on the issue of merging the regions, what I want to understand, sorry, is that when you say you merge the regions, you mean you are closing down literally Pretoria and moving the way you are explaining now, and moving stuff from Pretoria to Johannesburg, which of course it has cost implications. Are you referring to that? Or if you are saying merging, you might have personnel that works over there. It's like a satellite, but it's managed somewhere. I think we need a proper explanation on that factor so that we can entertain the matter properly, because it has financial complications on its own. And of course, one of the members raised even the issue of who's going to be the boss, because already you've got a regional manager in both offices. The plan, how are you planning to deal with it as management if it's not an allegation department? I really feel I don't want to talk about the contract workers. Members have deliberated on that. And part of this issue of contract workers, NICE just tells me there's a mismanagement on contract workers, the same as what we were when we started. We said, talk to us about young professionals. That goes hand in hand. How do you justify a person to be on a contract for 10 years in South Africa, where you say it's democracy and we abide by the laws, and you know our Labor Act, does it allow us for a person to be contracted for 10 years? It disturbs. The issue of leases, I think Sharib and other members have raised it. What's happening? What's the story? Who, you know, this part of interference, I don't want to dwell much, because I feel like when the relevant person is absent from a meeting, it seems like we are gossiping. We'll wait for the department to come back with the minister to respond on this matter, because I feel it's fair for himself to respond. But DG, I received a formal complaint from the Chief Whips Forum, where you went, it goes hand in hand with the issue of lease and the accommodation of ministers and deputy ministers, as well as members of parliament. Where you were questioned, you were responding. When I got that formal complaint, they said you were present, I think with Lwazi. I'll try and retrieve the letter. Yes, you decide not to do new leases because there's someone who has more powers than others. You even also tell members of parliament that you are going to do an oversight into members' houses. A member can't have more than 5 kids in a parliamentary village. I'm an African. If I've got 6 children, where must I take them? DG. I'm not a Western person. We grew up in some of our houses were more than 6, 7. So when I'm a member of parliament, I've got more than 5 children. You don't expect me to stay with my kids. If you come yourself and the minister, you find I've got 6 kids, then you're going to throw us out. What kind of a policy have you developed? So it goes hand in hand with the leases that they are talking about. Very proudly so, you have responded to the Chief Whips Forum. Allow me not to go further, but I was just preparing you. Or really, we are not happy, DG. Some of the things that have been presented is that when the house started, they are saying they've met with you and the former minister, which is the current DM who is in this platform. And the response of the DM is that these are operational matters, deal with them. But yourself, DG, you chose not to deal with them. When they raise them with the current minister, still you are quiet, there's no response. I wonder, what are you waiting for to deal with these matters before they could come to us? And we are not going to entertain the fact that there are other organized laborers. If they feel comfortable, it's their right. We don't write to them. We don't invite them. Nihao felt these are issues that disturbs them and their members. And they've tried and, all avenues. They are not getting joy. They are writing to us. There's nothing wrong. It's within their rights and they must be protected because there's a tendency in the department, the minute even yourself, DDGs and other senior personnel, the minute you respond in a negative way, we know you're not going to respond anything that will be negative. You'll try to protect, even though it does not suit you. You're going to receive a letter. You are afraid of being given letters. But it will be unfortunate. We are no longer in a space of nursing your feelings and your cowardness. We are aware of those issues. So, DG, you can start responding with your team. You respond where you feel comfortable. Where you don't feel comfortable, especially on the issues of organized labor, we'll have a special day. By the end of tomorrow, Nola will communicate when are we expecting you. with organized labor, and you must allow them. We must not get a response where it says they were charged because they came to a portfolio. It does not work in that manner. We must not get a response to, where it says they were given letters to say during the time of work. It is this time where they must come and address their issues. DG, you and DM, you can lead the response. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And may I start? First, I'd like to apologize because right now I'm at the airport. Boarding. And I didn't put my apology. So I really wish to apologize. I think
Try
all
to
issues
raise
raised
your voice a bit.
by this department. Okay. I think all issues raised are valid. We take them with good heart and we're prepared to work on them. The DG, the team will lead on the responses. I am going to request that the issues of the unit be not shared, but we be given an opportunity where, especially in a physical meeting, to discuss, respond to all of those issues where we can account one by one on all of those issues. And the department must be given the right to respond to those. Safe to say, maybe it was an oversight, but we are committed to work with the portfolio committee. It might have been an oversight not to invite the portfolio committee to the symposium. On other issues, I think I must say the processes of filling vacancies have been taking long due to the requirement to go through public administration, which has been now addressed and lifted. So that makes us easy. It makes now easy to process the filling of vacancies. I think I will leave it at that level and allow the team to proceed and deal with other issues. But maybe around 2 o'clock, I would request that I be excused. Chair. Thank you.
By 2 will be ending because plenary started 3. We'll be preparing a DG. And I would like you to also hand over to the CFO if he's part of us.
No, let me just can you hear me, Chairperson?
Yes.
Okay. What I will do, I will try to respond on the presentation we made, and then I will attempt to answer nothing on what the organized labor presented as per my letter and also the agreement by the chairperson, so that we are, as a department, find time to digest and look at those matters so that the committee gets full appreciation of the issues. Maybe to request that, I will start with Honorable Nati. He raised the issue about what stopped us from filling the positions. Sorry?
DG, on the
Yes.
issue where I'll say, be honest, on the organized labor is the issue of SAGE. You are aware of it. You might have, that's why I'm saying you must also allow the CFO to respond, because that one, we had a lengthy meeting about it. But then proceed, you'll respond. On these other ones, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. Chairperson, let me protect the staff that I'm with in the platform, because the letter has got other issues that I don't want us to really get into. So let me protect the staff by indicating to you that I will only respond on the matters that are actually linked to the presentation. And then any other matter raised by the organized labor, I will really plead with the chair that the department does not get involved in that because it came yesterday and we are not prepared. And by and large, if anything were to start to respond by piece in that particular matter, it will be unfair to me. It will also be unfair to those who are actually wanting to get the full response. Understanding this meeting is actually broadcasted, I'm pleading with the chair, if I may just focus on the presentation that was made by my department, and then we can then get the colleagues to add on in respect of some of the matters. Chairperson, if you can allow me.
You are granted, DG.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Maybe let me just start with Honorable Nati. The cost containment, as you may remember, it was something that came to all of us as government departments to really take into consideration that we have to slow down in terms of the expenditure due to the challenges that Treasury has indicated in the past. And this cost containment indicated that some of the positions, for them to be filled, there had to be a new process at the time that had to be followed so that it's actually the critical of the critical that had to be filled. And then the question was from Honorable Nati, now that we knew that there was a change in administration coming up, and why didn't you do things faster? You know, generally in government, what normally happens is that we always follow processes. The fact that there's a reshuffling or there's a new administration that comes on board, it doesn't give us an authority to then shortchange or maybe rush the processes through so that the new minister and or whatever that happens in the new administration does not actually have to have the sight of those things. But what then happens is that in most cases, especially on the recruitment, I just want to put it on record that most of the submissions that we had made with the previous administration, which was administration 6, excuse me, where our deputy minister was the minister, most of the things that we have sent to DPSA, which had been concluded, had come to an end. DPSA did not want to finalize those. They wanted the new administration to look at that. So that is why those things had to go back and then we had to reprocess them. To that extent, one position of a DDG GRC was the only one that we were able to finalize, and that was Mr. Lwazi Mahlangu. I just want to confirm that so that at least that level of appreciation of the delays were caused by that. And then the other issue, I think the DM has covered some of the issues in terms of the processes of taking the staff first to DPSA for them to first approve, etc., etc. But I want to confirm that the process to fill now is actually moving faster. And I believe that CJ and the team will actually add in terms of where we are in respect of those, because I see the numbers, maybe they were not answering what the committee might have asked for, but I think CJ got it. She will then make her comment around that one. And then Honorable Kobe, I think the questions that you raised, I will also try to not respond to them because I think they are linked to the things that were raised by labor. Safe to say that the committee will give us an opportunity to respond fully on this. I won't run away from this. And then Honorable Makasi, are we confident to fill this vacant post? Yes, we are confident. And I just want to indicate what have I done to ensure that it's been going to be done. It's going to be finalized. All the SMS position to this level, we had since looked into the panel, and I will be personally chairing those panels for all SMS positions. And we've made time so that these are done and finalized because some of these things, if I may indicate, Chair, it might be the fact that people assume that these positions are not filled in a sense that some people maybe are delaying. Sometimes it's also the issue of time and availability of people. So I took a decision and told the minister that I will be doing that for the SMS position so that at least they are spearheaded. I think we're at the level where we are going to, and HR schedule those interviews as soon as the panel is finalized by the minister. The detailed time frame when they can be filled, I think, let me indicate that this financial year, as far as it is practically possible, we will fill all these SMS positions because we are just at the level of just doing really the interviews and in some instances the shortlisting and then interviews. And then in respect of Honorable Kosi, what is the detailed strategy for unfunded 56 positions? I think the answer to that, Honorable Kosi, the strategy we are following, obviously, I will expect that CJ can add in there. The unfilled positions, what we are doing, we prioritize the critical of the position. So we're going to use prioritization as a way to actually deal with the finalization of what we're going to fill, what becomes important, because as we move in the department and things that are changing and whatever things that we are trying to identify to assist us to move forward, there are those positions that we might want to prioritize now and then others can be delayed later. So I think we leave that to also our DDGs to help us in terms of that in respect of their branches. The issue of the board members, I think, is the same question that was raised later. I think that one I will leave that for a full response to the committee in writing, so that the committee can have a full detail, because our DDG IGR is not around. And then the Honorable Marais, I think she made comments. I think we accept that. And then Honorable Bath, I do believe that the issue of the filling of positions, I think it's been well covered. We will really be spearheading and pushing for that. Honorable Letlape, just to indicate just the position of is it DDG what FM that you raised, right? I just want to highlight the following on that one, because that one is specific, because I've got an idea about it. The position of the DDG FM was finalized in the previous administration by the former minister and the cabinet. But unfortunately, the recommended candidate could not be accepted by cabinet for lack of a better word. And then we had to redo the entire process on that one. That is why I would believe that CJ indicated in that report that there's going to be shortlistings happening in respect of that. The question by Honorable Letlape, PMTE, are you comfortable to say you are providing a decent, if you like, a service to your clients? Honorable Letlape, let me say that not all is very bad in public works. We are learning. There are problems, but I can assure you that as you sit and I sit here, we are sitting in government buildings. We are working. People are getting their IDs from Home Affairs. We are working. But we are not saying all is perfect. You know, we are saying that as soon as some of these that we have raised as a committee and also raised by many members, we will be going towards a direction of giving a decent, if you like, service, as it were. But I just want to confirm to you, I do believe we are providing that with those gaps that we always get. And then 22 employees addition to the staff. I'm not sure, maybe CJ will help me with that. I just believe that maybe you may have been meaning the ones for the was the call center, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, maybe to that extent, Chair, if you can allow me to direct officials to respond in the following manner, so that we can then conclude our responses. I'll request that the CJ answer in respect of the HR issues I might have missed, including the issues of the skills audit. And then I'll also request that she covers the issue around the filling of positions in detail in respect of what the members have raised. And then Mrs. Bande can cover some aspects within the PMTE that were raised, so that at least it covers all of us. And then I will keep it at that, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Gigi, allow your other colleagues to come in.
CJ, can you come in, please?
Thank you, Gigi. Mr. Zabo, take the recruitment.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
CJ, can you come closer to the mic? You are not audible enough.
Yes, DG, Mr. Zaba will take the matter. We're sitting in one conference room. Proceed, Mr. Zaba, with what time constraint?
Thank you, Chairperson and DG for some of the issues that you have covered. I think I'll just focus on what DG did not deal with on the issue of the breakdown and providing the race and gender on the appointments that have been made since the incoming of Minister McPherson. We will prepare that a report. We will submit it with the necessary details. Whether there's been any deviation received for the permanent appointment of the 4 employees mentioned, I can indicate that there's not been any deviation to that effect. Those that are appointed in the ministry, they remain appointed in the ministry linked to the term of office of the minister. The DG has dealt with the issue of whether we'll be able to fill positions. In terms of the panels for the DDGs, I think it falls also within the now scope. The issue of delegations, DDG will deal with it. Yeah, the 22 appointments additional. These are mostly for the call center. There are 19 in total, and there will be other in other areas where there is appointment additional to the establishment, but the majority of these are for the call center. On the geographic distribution of the PMTE, we will provide a detailed written report on this one, indicating clearly where we are per regional office in terms of current capacity and vacancies. We do on the 3 top reasons for why our skills professionals are leaving. We will also review our exit interview questionnaires and then provide a detailed report to that effect. How do we monitor counter offers to minimize abuse? I must indicate, Chairperson, that the public service regulation is very clear on the circumstances along which the counter offers can be implemented. One of that is that if we are to counter offer, a person must have received an external offer, which is an offer outside of the department. We must be able to verify that offer. And in counter offering, we should not be offering the person a salary that is above their current position, not necessarily what they've been offered. So we remain within the current salary bracket of an employee, even when it comes to for recruitment purposes. An employee claiming to be earning more than or higher than the minimum salary we're offering for a specific position, we must be provided with proof of the most recent prior to them being appointed in the department. And our counter offer also is to align, not necessarily to offer them a salary above what they are currently earning. So we align with what they are currently earning prior to them being appointed in a position. Allocation 52. In relation to a high number of contract appointments for the PMTE, we submit that part of the contracts that we make are for your skills program. So there are those that are appointed as your management trainees, young professionals, which in terms of salary, their salaries are equivalent to those of your technical skills personnel. For that, we create positions on the PERSAL system to be able to capture their salaries. They may not necessarily be contract appointments in terms of additionals, but the majority of these contracts are for your skills programs, the management trainees, technical internship programs, as well as the artisan training programs as well. In terms of the misalignment of numbers for policy research as a branch, as well as the policy and construction program, the information as contained on slide number 8, it reflects current vacancies and field positions for the program. And within that program, there are branches. So specifically on the slide number 8, slide number 30, in terms of policy research, as a branch now, we only providing current vacancies for that specific branch, and not necessarily the program. The other branches that falls within the construction and policy research program would include ESA and its relevant branches. So that is why there is a misalignment, what appears to be a misalignment in terms of numbers, but necessarily it is not really a misalignment. It's just that they are being divided from now representing programs to a specific a branch within the main vote. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members. I just want to be able to augment, to be able to say that the skills audit will be completed in the month of June. We do have skills audits already for some branches. So what we have done is we have made it per branch. So we will be having 12 specific audits, very detailed. We would be able to share the 3 already, which includes the EPWP, includes corporate services and rents. We will be completing it within the month of June, noting that it is done with a credible institution such as the Human Resource Council and working with the National School of Government. So the information that has previously informed some of the work in corporate services were from previous audits. This time we've taken into consideration the various dynamics within the various components. As indicated by Mr. Zaba, the EE statistics will be provided, noting that there was the moratorium component and there has not been much movement on that. There has, however, been a continued risk in the department that we tend to still have the equal number of deputy directors and in terms of the female and male breakdown. However, when we get to the SMS level, we as corporate services continue to remind the department that we have a close to 41% female breakdown, and that we continue to have challenges in relation to persons with disabilities. We do not keep information in terms of the breakdown of youth, but my manager for OD says that we are easily able to break down that particular statistics in relation to that. In terms of any of the SMS appointments, we've now recently signed with internal audit. All SMS appointments are subject to a probity audit. So the processes in alignment with the PSA will be checked to make sure that it does align, and there will be audit reports available and given to the audit committee as oversight to ensure that the processes we follow are correct. In terms of the DPWP, it was closing date was October 2024, noting that there were certain delays in relation to that particular process. However, keeping in mind that there were obviously previous processes. It is a challenge that I did pick up within the corporate services branch, and we did pose that question to legal, which is why would it be correct to fill a position 2 years after it was advertised? So therefore, it is important for us to be able to ensure that the department adheres to the 8-month period. All other information, I think we can provide it in the report. Thank you very much.
DG, are you done with your team?
I think Mr. Spande can comment, and then that's the last comment I will expect, and then we can thank the committee.
Very good, DG. Afternoon, Chair and the honorable members of the committee. From my side, DG, I think firstly, I will just add from what we have already responded to. But in a nutshell, perhaps for the benefit of the members, for the better understanding of how PMTE is structured, issues in relation to support services from DPWI ranges from HR support, which means that it's not within PMTE. It's a support that comes from HR's ICT same. So we don't necessarily directly have direct control and management of such operations. That's how it has been structured. Moreover, Chair, I think if you may recall, PMTE institutionalization of such has not yet been concluded to really be in a position to say that process can therefore, in the main, confine PMTE within the framework of accountability as an entity. So we work together with the DG to address these issues as I provide support. And I remain accountable in such as all the other branches. I coordinate PMTE at that level. Nonetheless, what we have done so far with the support of the DG, the minister, the deputy minister, we have indeed identified that we need to really try our best to operationalize PMTE. We were in the process of analyzing that. And there's currently a review in terms of the reconfiguration of PMTE, and it tries to realign the misalignment in terms of operations and functions of some of these branches, because they seem to be creating a lot of constraints, given that the hand belongs somewhere and the head belongs somewhere, and that creates really problems in terms of synergy within the very chain. And we are trying to address those issues through the proposed reconfiguration of the PMTE, which is still in the process. Just now, it's for 2 o'clock, I'll be going to that meeting, as directed by the minister, that we need to submit a proposal, which will then culminate into a business case that must then be adopted as the future envisaged PMTE. The second one, Chair, is in relation to what we're currently doing in relation to the augmentation of our state properties, because it's given, Chair, that as we reduce our budget from refurbishment and maintenance of our state properties in its prime form, that has been caused by a number of factors. In the main, the austerity measures, which has resulted in a drastic cut of budget allocation for state facilities and the reprioritization of such for other pressing matters. We've seen the budgetary cuts, as I presented in the previous portfolio committee, being reduced drastically. At the moment, we are having a budgetary shortfall of 14 billion rand in this current in the previous current financial year, and because of departments, the appropriation of budget in their baseline, in terms of the devolution framework, departments are not coming on board, and now and again we have to realign our processes to meet departments as they also reduce their budgets or reprioritize. That is why you find in some cases projects get highly affected, don't get completed on time, because as budget is allocated, as projects are implemented, the budget is highly dependent on the client departments, whether they make the money available or not. Just recently, the DG is trying to push Justice to finish one of the lucrative projects in Durban. It's a high-end project, which is a significant in terms of state heritage and state capability to deliver. Is the High Court in Durban. So there is pleading with Justice to say make the funds available, because the contractor now is slowing down, and it will have some kind of financial implications. These are some of the examples when we speak about how PMTE is structured and how we can reconfigure PMTE to respond adequately to the delivery of services. The current state of our public facilities is definitely not pleasing. As much as the DG has correctly stated that we are working, but we have seen migration of Home Affairs going to malls, going to banks, and so forth, and trying to migrate it to digital as well. However, some which they cannot do that, they've decided to resort to private leases. And in response to curb the growth in the private leases, we are currently working with our team to identify. The first one would be Public Works Chair. By next year, myself and the DG have agreed in principle that, with the support of the ministers, that public works offices in all the regions, we need to start the process of moving from private leases into state properties, whether it's in a form of direct construction, but given financial constraints that we are all experiencing, we are now looking at a triple P model. So in the next 5 years, all public works office accommodation will be in the state properties through the triple P framework. That is going to be the anchor one. We've already got assurity from SAPS that they are amenable to triple P, and also Treasury. They have also given us a green light. So to turn around that, the state of our public facilities, we have resorted to triple P as a model. But more than that, our CPM branch has come up with a turnaround plan in terms of how to accelerate the completion of stalled projects, so that we can improve on our functional accommodation. Because we've got, at the moment, I think 28 projects. There were 31, I think we reduced others because they are less significant, like fencing is not a big project. So there are around 20-something, which we are saying we need to accelerate them. We are currently engaging the client departments to make funds available, like Sarah Patman, Department of Arts and Culture has agreed to release those. To release funds for those. That will also include the 5 projects under SAPS, which they need to confirm funding for us. So we are highly dependent on the client departments to confirm funding. If there's confirmed funding, we have therefore agreed, Chair, that we will come up with a turnaround plan to accelerate and complete those projects. Recently, we have appointed a panel of service providers, and we are concluding that process. So it will short-circuit the prolonged procurement process, which has been tedious over a period of time, had serious impact in terms of cash flow projections and budget allocations. So, Chair, but more than that, we recently had an experience, Chair, just for the benefit of all the members, that when we were busy procuring an alternate accommodation for a forensic lab in Durban, I'm just making another illustrative example, where we really worked hard. We started looking at various options, universities, National Health Laboratory branches and all of that. However, the final decision was that we will build a triple P project, which is going to be 45,000 square meters, but we need to find an alternate solution. Whilst we are busy doing the feasibility studies through the triple P program, finding the alternate solution was agreed upon and implemented on our side. We found a great, we managed to allocate through negotiations and reduction of cost for a triple P, for a grade P office, accommodation and the lab. In the last minute, the client department then resorted in a statement that they don't want that option anymore. After spending a year working on the project, they don't want that option anymore. They would want to do it themselves. And they reconsidered to build the same in the township, which was not logical. But I'm just making examples of the hardships and challenges that we faced as we try to turn around some of the challenges we have. That client departments always have a particular view as we try to address their issues. And those views at times they begin to frustrate our processes. And I must indicate, Chair, that through the support of the minister and the respective ministers, we are beginning to make headways. But we will continue, Chair, to work hard and address those issues. There are properties, Chair, that we are currently identifying for the purpose of permanent disposal because they are carrying high holding costs in our balance sheet, and therefore we've agreed that once the minister is approved, because the branch RAMs have already identified those properties, they are part of the non-core in our asset register, and therefore we can dispose and generate revenue. We have also released properties which are high-value properties, which we have received quite a good response in terms of proposals. And those properties are highly likely to add almost 10 billion rand to our gross capital formation, and with significant job creation, because those are properties which were located in prime areas and highly unutilized. That is the first phase. We are also be going out on a second phase soon. These are some of the interventions that we are currently doing. As I've said, we are also identifying departments across all regional offices.
I don't think Mfati is turning to us yet, no, Rachel?
To really try and respond to the issues of office accommodation in all the regions, that we move away from the leases, and then each and every department in each and every region must have a regional office, which is a state-owned offices. And if you look at the portfolio, it's so huge. And I can assure you, when we were doing just the high-level scanning of the demand, for the next 5 years, we might address those that are at the level of regional offices, and also looking at office accommodation like the police stations and the magistrates, and also trying to pursue municipalities to release us from those leases in the municipalities, so that we can take over the ownership of the land and refurbish those assets. Because municipalities were renting from them, but they are not refurbishing those, such as Watema. And we've started to negotiate with them to release the land so that we can build proper magistrate court and a proper police station. But it's taking too long for the municipalities. After having written letters to the city manager requesting council to take into consideration those, even to give us a land swap where possible. So we're busy engaging them. The DG went today with the National Commissioner to also enhance that particular process. So these are some of the programs, Chair, that we are currently undertaking. We're looking at functional accommodation, such as police stations and what you call magistrates, that we should not lease for.
Yes, Bande.
Yes, ma'am.
Consider time. We no longer have time. Plenary starting at 3. It's fine.
Yeah.
You have deliberated further. Allow me to call union, organized labor. You only have 10 minutes just to respond to few questions. Thank you, department. Organized labor, you can come in.
Okay, Chairperson. There was a question of saying there are confidential information on the DDG positions, and how did we get such information? First of all, we never got any confidential information. That would be illegal. But we noted that the interviews for those DDG positions happened in Cape Town, not here in the department. And we will also have it on good authority that even all our members who applied for those positions that are currently acting, they were not shortlisted and they were never interviewed. That's how we got to know. Because as a union, you can have members at the DDG level. Even the DG himself can be a member. So that is, we never got any confidential information. And then I don't know if I missed any other question, Chairperson.
Are you done?
Yes, Chairperson. As far as I remember the questions, unless I missed a question.
You must just prepare. We're going to call you. Have made a recommendation. Nola, flight the agenda back. You must just prepare. We'll call you and respond properly together with your department. Nola, flight back. Nola, can you flight back the agenda? We are running out of time.
One second. Before me.
Honorable members, mostly we have agreed that we will call them. I'll engage Nola and check your availability. If we have an extra day where we'll have a special meeting with regards to deliberate further on the issue of organized labor, we'll let you know. Due to time constraints, allow me to pause here and request Nola to present the minutes. You must consider and adopt the previous minutes. Nols?
Let me stop sharing the agenda just so I can get to the minutes. All right, thanks, Chair. The minutes that are before the committee are the minutes of the meeting that was held on the 21st of May, 2025. This was last week, and the meeting was held physically in S12A NCOP building. If I may zoom straight to the resolutions, Chair, which were dealt with earlier on. The status update regarding the accommodation of ministers from the department would have been requested, and all the three related factors about the EPWP, as earlier alluded to, Chair, were also dealt with during the resolutions tracking earlier on, and then today's meeting would have been held virtually as it is. Thank you, Chair.
Members, there are your minutes. Can I get an indication of adoption? Members, there's no hand. Can I just call? Kobe? Come again?
Thank you, Chair. No, I moved that we adopt the minutes.
Seconder? Litlape?
Thanks, Chair. I second the adoption of the minutes.
Do you have a contra review? I'll also, before I close, there's no contra review. The minutes has been duly adopted, but I'll request members if you could communicate with Nola as well on the side to capture the resolutions so that by the end of tomorrow, she can communicate with the department As we are very pressed with time, I want to allow you to prepare for plenary, honorable members. If you feel you want a special resolution that is taken for NOLA to capture and communicate with the department, feel free to do so. Communicate with her. And NOLA, I'll give you a call after we adjourn so that we can check a date and time. You'll have to check individually with members their availability and how possible we can call this special meeting to make a follow-up, because I could see without making a special meeting, we are not going to win. We are behind time. Even most of our program is packed. We are changing, and already it has been affected by budget as well. Let me say with these few words, honorable members, I want to appreciate today you managed, even though it was not easy, from 10 until now, which is very late. We've been in a meeting, and to be honest, it was not an easy one. We want to appreciate the department led by the DG and the DM, and also the organized labor, to avail yourself and come to our meeting. The meeting stand adjourned, honorable members. Thank you.
Chair, the proposal that was put on the WhatsApp group, should we put that as a resolution, moving meetings from 10 to 9?
I think members are agreeing, but it might not be possible for physical meetings. You know, when we put for 10, normally even our buses arrives in Parliament very late. If it's virtual, it can work, but physically, honorable members, it's not going to work.
Chair, if I can just come in on that. So for physical meetings, it will work. All the other committees, they start their meetings way earlier. There's buses from 7:30. There's a 7:30 bus and there's a 8:30 bus. The reason why members would arrive late would be that they use the 8:30 bus instead of the 7:30 one. So I would suggest that members should rather use the 7:30 bus so that we make it on time for the 9 o'clock meeting.
If you are agreeing, members, let's start with at 9. We just have the liberty of saying Wednesdays normally a plenary start at 3, so we have till 2:30. No, it's fine. Let's agree, all of us. Let's start at 9 so that NOLA can start preparation at 9. Thank you, members.
Lastly, before you close, because we need to be very thorough when it comes to resolutions, because now we're tracking them. So there's also an issue that the chair has referred to about an invitation from the PC on Defense for the 11th of June. That was initially clashing with our planned meeting, in which the committee was going to be dealing with a briefing from the minister in terms of how he's implementing the Expropriation Act. The response that we received from the ministry is that the Expropriation Act has been challenged in court, and therefore it has now become a court case, and therefore it wouldn't be advisable for the committee to deal with any matters relating to it. So I think because the chair has now confirmed that the committee would attend, so then that agenda item on the 11th will then change in our program. Thank you, Chair.
It's fine. Members will have to join. It's okay. The meeting stand against members. Don't go.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson.